must register before the meeting begins. A box was placed at the entrance of the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only one speaking opportunity per speaker.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just would like to read Council Rule number 27.5.
What's your point?
This is not council response or anything. We're reading the agenda.
Mobile devices shall be set
What's
to
your
silent.
point?
Point of order.
Can I just read random rules?
No, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Okay, well then, let's move forward.
Madam Chair, I am,
Yes, Councilwoman
I am
Priestley.
hearing
I'm sorry, I do need to, Miss
point of order.
Miss Winfrey Carter did have another point of order.
Yes, Madam Chair. She cannot just stop you in the middle of what you're doing to read a rule.
I understand. Thank you both. With that, you are correct. So as the chair, let me bring to everyone's attention Rule 29.8. Any person at a council meeting may be called to order by the president or any council member for failure to be germane, for vulgarity, or for speaking in excess of the allotted time, or any other violation of these rules. Council Rule 29.9, any person who is called to order shall yield the floor until the chair shall have determined whether he or she is in order. If a person is determined to be out of order, that person must yield the floor and forfeit any remaining time. Now on to public comment. First public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, before I speak, the timer, we're having issues with the timer
Yes.
showing up there, so we'll keep the time right here.
Okay, is it possible to maybe put your phone where we can hear it if it goes off?
Yeah, it's gonna be on the laptop, so we should be able to hear it.
All right, thank you so much. First public speaker.
First speaker is Ariel Mitchell.
Hello, I'm Ariel Mitchell. To the public, what you seen last week happened up in here, that was exactly what happened when I got graduated in 1971 at Southwestern High School, right down the street down over yonder, over across the creek. The popo come in my high school, and I was standing by the trophy thing, ready, and they come in like they come in, and then 16-year-old, we was about 17, and 18, and 16. This little 16-year-old kid picked up an officer and body slammed him right beside of me. And the dude that started the riot, he said, stump him. I looked at, I said, just like you seen what happened the other day, I was just standing there. I want you to know when I went to my block club meeting, the next day, everybody was in there, sitting in there, and they come in and they said, Mitchell, where our money at? What happened? And I didn't say nothing. Like they say, silent is you occurring with this stuff. Then they got so mad because I didn't say that, he must have got his ass kicked. That's what happened.
Mr. Mitchell.
What?
I'm calling you to order for being vulgar. Please refrain from cursing. Continue.
Well, okay, like I say, I'm Albert L. Mitchell, and I'm gonna talk about what happened. I mean, this thing about tonight is about the DDA and the NRA. Those in dumber term don't know what that means. The dudes come in with long rifles. That's what mean Negro raggedy ass gonna get dealt with if you know.
Mr. Mitchell, in accordance to Rule 29.8, any person at a council meeting may be called to order by the president or any council member for failure to be germane, for vulgarity or speaking in excess of the allotted time, or any other violation of these rules.
Point of order.
Rule 29.9, any person who is called to order shall yield the floor. What is your point?
Was the audience given a list of words that you feel are deemed vulgar?
That is an improper point of order. Any person who is called to order shall yield the floor until the chair shall have determined whether or not he or she is in order. If a person is determined to be out of order, that person must yield the floor and forfeit any remaining time. Mr. Mitchell, that is your time. Thank you.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
That is more than fine. Could you please start the 1-minute timer? Mr. Mitchell, please have a seat as we determine.
You need to ask for support to that.
I'm sorry,
appeal.
you're correct. Please have a seat as we determine whether or not you will continue speaking. I also want to remind residents that no one should be standing in the aisleways or on the side or on any window sills. Everyone should be in a seat.
Point of order. Point of order. What rule is that? What about the police? Point of order. What rule is that?
Officers, residents should not be standing against the window
Point
sill,
of
nor
order.
should they be
That is
in the
not
aisleway.
enforced. That is no rule that it says that you have to be sitting.
Remain peaceful, people. You see what they're trying to do. Is there
Point of
support
order.
for, I'm sorry, what was your point of order?
Not a problem. I'm bringing that gentleman who's yelling out in the front row to order.
All right, thank you. All right, is there support for
It's
Mr.
support. It is
Pfeiffer's?
definitely support.
Is there support for Mr. Pfeiffer's motion?
Yes, it
Excuse
is
me, is there
support.
support for Mr. Pfeiffer's appeal?
Yes, it is support.
Thank you. Go ahead and give Mr. Pfeiffer his 1 minute. Mr. Pfeiffer, you may begin.
So the chair is obviously trying to blow up this meeting because the last meeting, there was vulgarity to the 9th degree and nobody got warned for that. So they want to enforce rules when it's important to them and then they don't want it when it's not. At no point has the audience or in the rules, is there a list of vulgar words that this body has voted on that they deem vulgar? Ass is in the Bible. How is ass vulgar? It's not. And that's the word that that's the word that Mr. R.L. Mitchell stated. So his rights are being taken away for saying a word that is in the Bible. So this is the tyranny that we're dealing with in this council, and they want to blow up today's meeting so that they can go against again saying that we didn't approve the budget and anything else, and then they want to cause chaos. That's what they're trying
Sir,
to do.
that is your time. Thank you. Sir? All right, let me know when my minute begins. And also, we can't hear the timer, Madam Secretary.
Okay, we're ready.
All right, thank you. According to Rule 29.8, any person at a council meeting may be called to order by the president or any council member for failure to be germane, for vulgarity, or speaking in excess of allotted time, or any other violation of these rules. Rule 29.9, any person who is called to order shall yield the floor until the chair, which would be me on this evening, shall have determined, which I did, whether he or she is in order. He was out of order. If a person is determined to be out of order, which he was, that person must yield the floor, which he did, and forfeit any remaining time. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Yes overturns the ruling of a chair. A no upholds the ruling of the chair.
Mr. El Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Machette?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
You have 3 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 3 no. The ruling of the chair stands. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary. Sir, that is your first warning. You are being vulgar and you are being called to order. You are also yelling out, which is disorderly. You are being called to order. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Audrey Muhammad.
I wish I had working clocks so that way we could see and calculate our time. So I'm going to be as quick as I can. Last meeting, we established that Liddell Lewis do not like black folks because she uphold the whites. She sicked the police on the black folks. She didn't sick them on the white folks in here. So we've already established that. We also established that she do not like Muslims. We know she upholds and stands firm with her pastor, who also do not like Muslims because he denied children that was in his summer program one year. He denied them to be pork free because at the request of the family members. Yes, I'm talking about her pastor. We already know and established that Liddell Lewis cursed out Pastor Kevin Thompson in the library parking lot, which was overheard by the security, the staff, and parents and their children, in which the parents said they did not feel like their children were safe at the library because of her conduct, not one time, but she had done it also another time. She has a habit of trying to bully folks and think that she can take over what it is she wants to. That insurrection that happened here on Monday was an insurrection from the Flint City Police Department, not the citizens of Flint, but from the Flint City Police Department at the direction of Liddell Lewis, Judy Priestley, and Candace Moonshot. They are the ones who called that to order. They made sure, like they got their people standing around the perimeter now. It is not against the law to stand up in here. That's the reason why you got that partition up there. They can go all the way up to that partition and talk. You all illegally moved chairs out of here. That is not the way it's supposed to be set up in here. Whoever got that order should be fired if you took that instruction, because you reconstructed this to try to push the crowd back, denying ample seats in this audience the way it should be. And whoever is standing up for any of this poppycock that these folks up here doing, the stuff that the police department is doing, you all should be, y'all gonna go straight to hell. That ain't a cuss word. You all gonna be burning in a fiery pit. Every dog got his day. God is gonna be seeing a hand on this. This don't even make no sense. Y'all sit up here and play on the emotions of a few people who trying to get a few dollars from y'all. Those people, they looking for money, and y'all holding them hostage. Sheldon Neely should be shamed trying to hold the staff here in Flint City Hall hostage, talking about they gonna do some cuts and they gonna lay folks off to try to put pressure on y'all. Y'all force hold steadfast, because in any household you never make $50,000 and have a budget of $75,000. That's ridiculous. He wants you all to pass a budget that you ain't even got money for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Valerie Southall. Valerie.
Okay, my name is Valerie Southall. I'm a resident of the city of Flint. As I said before, I need you all to go line by line on this budget. If you do not understand anything that's in this budget, vote it down. I want you to please, Resolution 250160-T, split every single part of that out. I'm also requesting that, as far as the mayor's $1.6 million that he wants for his office, cut at least $1.2 million out. 64 does not go into 68. He did not present you all with a balanced budget, and we really need you to stand up for us. He acts like he's a magician. Basically, he's got people over here being all upset over here, but something is really going on over here. So what I need you to do is to look, when you're looking in the budget, look for words like might, may, however, so that if anything happens, so if you didn't do one little thing, we don't get stuck with another $29.5 million. Please let us go ahead and try to get a loan. And the loan's supposed to be paid back by grants that we may or may not get. We do not want to go back under a emergency manager. So that's what I say. So don't let, I know Liddell has her PhD in sociology. Basically that means she lets you mess with people's minds. But don't fall for it. We need you to do the work of the city and pass a balanced budget. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Stanley Wood.
All right, where to start? As I told you guys on Monday, I've been a long time viewer watching. Monday was my first time coming here. And all I can say is it was a shit show.
Sir, you are being called to order
Stop
for
my
being
time,
vulgar.
please. Thank
Please
you.
use other words.
It was a doo-doo show. So, it was clear on Monday the mayor instructed you guys not to remove people so you guys could try to approve his unbalanced budget. Because everybody said, you got 64 million, 68 million, you're 4 million short. That's simple math. I'm not sure some of you guys can get that concept, but Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. 5 minutes before the melee broke out, you and the city attorney went out back. Is that a coincidence? No. And how do I know this? I took some words from Mr. Mays that said, look at the tape. So I spent 2 days looking at the tape. I spent 2 days where I don't see how they're going to charge people when it's the 2 police officers that I know for a fact they'd either punched or shoved somebody. So, Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, this safety plan that you speak of, where do we get a copy of that so we can see what we're supposed to do and not supposed to do? Number one. Number two, was it even voted on by the council? Or is this something that some people made up and now we're going to follow it? And then today I walk in from the news conference that the 2 council people had, and the first thing I notice is there's probably 40 or 50 chairs missing. Yeah. There's borders all the way across, which is fine. It's given us a bigger mosh pit, I guess. I don't know. But you guys are trying to distance the residents more and more and more. My next question is, when are you going to start requiring us to show our ID in order to speak? Is that going to happen? Or in order to get through the door? And the last thing I got to say is if we can't stand on the aisle or outside the aisleways, why are the police allowed to stand there? Thank you. That's not treating us all the same. And then how much time do I have left? All right, I'm just going to stand here till it's over.
You actually cannot stand there silently, so thank you.
Oh, I'm talking. Thank you.
It is now time for the next speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Mari Copini. Mari.
What I witnessed on Monday was absolutely deplorable. While residents voiced their frustrations, I sat here and watched council members laughing and giggling at residents who were speaking about serious issues involving their families. I watched the same council members refuse to make eye contact and listen to the youth of our community. I watched Liddell and Leon constantly sticking their heads under the table to gossip and giggle like middle school girls. And even today in this meeting, Liddell and Judy are whispering to each other. And when you had a chance to respond, you sat silent instead of taking time to address the concerns of the people. You are terrible role models for the youth. I watched you play a huge part in the chaos and then get on a press conference and play victim. The youth of Flint are tired of watching you behave like children. There is no reason that we are half your age and have more common sense than you. The condescending The condescending tones you use towards people that don't agree with you is childish and disrespectful. And the fact that once again the police were weaponized against the people, taking out resources for actual crimes that occur in our community is ridiculous. And I'm not doing this to jump on the TikTok wave. The future of the kids is here on the line. So please get your shit together.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Next public speaker.
Next speaker is Nicole Washington.
Hello. I'm here today and speaking on behalf of the summer jobs, funding that was cut from certain foundations. My daughter, she had a summer job through Faith Foundation last year, and it really gave her a sense of responsibility. It helped me out a lot of things that I did not have to do as far as school supplies, those expensive Jordans that these kids like. You know, this year she completed Teen Quest and there was no job available for her. So I'm just here on behalf of our children need summer jobs to help their parents, you know, so thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Salim Al-Amin.
Hello, everybody. How you doing? My name is Salim Al-Amin. I want to make a statement about a situation about when I was interested in trying to get my roof and water, my roof done. The mayor had a meeting down on Bunch Street, and I went to the meeting, and he was speaking and saying, you know, I mean, you can contact this person here, Joan Johnson or something, and she would help you with your roof. And I was feeling good about that. I said, damn, I'm gonna get some help, you know what I mean? But then I contacted the people, and when I really found out what the information was, you had to have your name in a year ago before you could even get some help for your roof. So when he was doing that meeting down there this year, it was just some bull, you know what I mean? So I'm still, we need my roof, need some other work done, and so I want to see about the funds for that. And I have another question, since I'm new here at the council. I would like an understanding about the budget. Since the budget is the serious thing, I heard that Mr. Jared or Dennis could give an explanation of the pros and cons of voting for the budget as it is or not, so I can get an understanding, because I'm new to these politics, you know what I mean? So with your 2 minutes or so, could you speak about that, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Hanifa Al-Amin.
Good evening. My name is Hanifa El-Amin. I have a question. Tanya, Dennis, Jerry Winfrey Carter, or Jonathan, can y'all answer? How do they keep changing these doggone rules here? You know what I'm saying? How did it go from 2 warnings to 1 warning? How do these rules go? Who have the permission to just change them anytime they get ready? Can anyone answer that clearly so we all can understand? You know, and the other day when I was here, what's the problem? People had the freedom of speech, but now Candace seemed to be back at her same old damn tricks to want to put people out, but guess what? It's not working this time. It's not working this time. People is tired. They sick and tired And you don't ever have to look up. You know what I'm saying? Because you're very rude. Very rude. And you know what else? Fuck you.
Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Allison Montgomery Littlejohn. Allison Montgomery Littlejohn.
Good evening, Council. My name is Allison Montgomery Littlejohn, and as you have been witnessing and experiencing, revolution is here. The chickens have finally come home to roost. This uprising of Flint is the result of the blatant disrespect that has been consistently shown to the residents of Flint by corrupt government officials. This uprising is the result of the following: former Governor Snyder's agenda of genocide in Flint, the former emergency manager's participation of genocide in Flint, the EPA's participation of genocide in Flint, the corruption and mishandling of the ARPA funds by Mayor Neely and some city council members, the decision to plant willow trees instead of helping residents repair their homes, help residents overcome expensive water rates, foreclosures, and rental assistance. The president and vice president of city council's decision to rape the people's public speaking rights. The president and vice president of city council's decision to weaponize the police against the people. And Chief Green's neglect of producing a comprehensive safety plan for the city of Flint. This is the result of the uprising in Flint. To some of you city council members, don't cry wolf now. You are not a victim. This uprising of Flint is the consequence of your vileness, abuse, and neglect. Your day of reckoning is here. Enjoy.
Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
My name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I am running for the 3rd Ward City Council seat. You guys, Liddell, you always taping somebody. You saying this is what we want. This is what we want. Somebody taping you. Have you ever thought about that? We're taping you. But you know what? You know what you're doing is wrong. Life is short, and it's over. Like y'all pulled my husband out of that car, all you asked for was license and registration. License and registration. We towing the car. That was what was asked. The police was wrong. The chief need to resign. And your mayor need to step down too. And it looked like y'all was very scared. Candace, Liddell, don't be scared now. Don't be scared now. Hold your head up, because your days are numbered. They are numbered. You see the chambers are full, but then you take all these chairs out of here, you want us to sit up like roaches. You want us to sit out here like roaches. But that's what you want. You have a thing across there, that ain't gonna stop it. We're tired. We're tired of the BS. And it's time for you guys to wake up. Judy, you ain't left out. Don't look innocent, because you're not left out. And like I said, Leon's grandmother passed. I pray for that family. I have no issue of hurting anybody. That is not me. but y'all don't care. You won't look up because you're scared. You know that if you look at the other folk, they're looking directly at us. You guys have no morals or standard. And it's time out. It is time out. Last week you was laughing, but you say, oh, this what y'all want. This is what y'all want when you get the police in here. Popos can't stop us. They cannot stop us. It's time out. You guys better wake up, get God, and start praying.
Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Pastor William C. Harris, Jr.
Good afternoon, everybody. Tonight, I'm speaking as the chairman of the Ethics and Accountability Board. But I have a legitimate reason as why this budget needs to be passed, because my administrative assistant has informed me that she will be let go. That's Mrs. Little. Mrs. Little is a hard-working individual. She makes sure that the office runs. She receives complaints. She files those complaints, and she makes sure that people are directed in the right way. If this budget is not passed, they will let her go. And what I mean by letting her go, they will terminate her, because she is not union, she is an at-will employee. I'm telling you what's going to happen. So I'm standing here to protect the employee that works in the office of the ombudsperson. I ask you all to do what needs to be done, but think of Mrs. Little, think of the ombudsman's office. She's a mother, she's a wife. Her husband is not doing well and she takes care of him. And her daughter is in college. I need you all to really think about the individuals who work for the citizens of Flint. And Mrs. Little has worked in this office since 2019 tirelessly. She has taken complaints, she has heard complaints. If you don't do it for anybody else, I ask that you consider the hardworking people who really are trying to put food on their tables for their families. That's why I'm standing here, because I want to protect her, and I want to protect her, and I want to protect the office. I ask that you all come together for comprehensive communication. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But come together at least and pass a budget that makes sense. Because if you don't, what's going to happen is that
Please pause this time.
What's going to happen is an emergency manager will come in and they will take over. And it's going to happen again. And if the budget is not passed in a timely manner, please do what needs to be done to protect the office of the ombudsman. That's why I'm standing here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Josh Bogus.
You know, to follow up this last gentleman, the office of the ombuds, I didn't even know we had one of them in Flint. Where is this lady? Should she not be here protecting us from you? Fire her. These seats. How many seats do you think you're missing here? I did a quick count. There's like 10 here. It's like 60, 80 silenced voices. 60 to 80 silenced voices. Are you proud of yourself, Candace? I hope you're proud of yourself, Liddell, because none of these 60 or 80 people are impressed with you, I promise. So I'm going to voice that with them for here. Let's a good damn start. I did have some observations too to touch on my homeboy here. I was watching too from right here. I seen you, Miss Priestley, get to homeboy and go back there and talk. And I don't know and I can't prove nothing, but we are pulling some for you. And it really looks awful suspicious that you jumped his shit, incited a riot in this hall 2 seconds before the cops got out of their cars and stormed across the thing. That looks really stupid on your part, Miss Priestley. Really does. Mr. Neely, what the hell is this snippet bullshit? That was live footage.
Please
of the
pause
man
the time.
over. You gonna give me a spanking?
Rule 29.8, any person at a council meeting may be called to order by the president or any council member for failure to be germane, for vulgarity, or speaking in excess of the allotted time, or any other violation of these rules. Any person who is called to order shall yield the floor until the chair shall have determined whether he or she is in order. If a person is determined to be out of order, that person must yield the floor and forfeit any remaining time. Sir, you can choose different language or you can have a seat.
Okay, I'll say my last piece, and I want to share this with all the city of Flint. For my birthday, May 5th, around about 1 to 2 o'clock p.m., I was having an argument over my property trying to save my business, and your dishonorable judge, Kerry Hannibal, told me he doesn't have to uphold the Constitution 3 times in a row under oath. I want all of America to hear that. The judges do not uphold the Constitution under oath. They said it in front of this man. They said it in front of me. He repeated himself 3 times. He said it in front of my wife. This place is despicable. We need an emergency manager. We need the FBI. And everybody needs fired.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Point of order.
What's your point of order?
So we have a camera that's not in the camera section.
Sir, would you please go to the media section?
There's no room.
Sir, you are being asked to go to the media section.
Rise up!
Keep the peace, guys. Keep the peace. Don't give them what they want. Do not give them what they want.
Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Brooke Boyer.
I just have a question. How do you guys like we the people coming against you guys? Are you serious? Did you just throw somebody out of the meeting because of a camera? Actually, no. We went a step further and arrested the person out of a camera. You guys keep piling up your lawsuits. You're going to tank Flint. It's been really sad to see that you guys like to and enjoy bullying these people. Your people. I can understand if you feel that your life is threatened for calling the police or removing people, because no one wants to start anything, believe it or not, regardless of what happened. We just want answers and for you to listen to us and to represent us. And I'll tell you what, Flint is not being represented at all. The fact that you guys took these chairs out of here, that is voices that are silenced. Are you guys happy with yourselves? You seem like it. But don't worry, day of reckoning is coming. Make sure you ask yourself why do you feel the need for the police to be here, to protect you guys, because you guys feel so threatened. Maybe because you're not listening to the people who are sitting here crying on microphones, screaming up and down that they need help. They're begging you, and you guys don't care. That is very, very sad. And what I'm saying is Liddell doesn't care, Judy doesn't care, and Machette doesn't care. All three of you guys have your heads down because you can't give us enough respect. Yesterday's incident was covered by Pfeiffer. He took control of that situation, and none of anything would have happened if a raid of police officers unlawfully coming in here and trying to stop something that wasn't even there. You need to stop removing people. This is ridiculous. People have the right to speak. And I bet you're out there towing cars for 4-hour limits that were posted on there that looks like they were just put up with a piece of paper. Oh, and then there's 30-minute limits over there. But we have no parking things to tell us when that is. But you got officers surrounding around here, huh? Yeah, we're a real threat, aren't we? Yeah, it seems like these people are really threatening. So you must be scared about something, and in order to be scared about something, it must be your actions. Maybe you should think about your actions before you keep going. You guys are throwing people out for coughing, sneezing, clapping. Did we really stoop this low? You know what I was taught? Was when they go low, we go higher. And God is the highest we can go. So I'll be praying for all of you to do the right thing. God will take care of his people. Best believe that. Everybody better believe that. And if you don't fear God's wrath, well, then I'm sorry. And I'll continue to pray for you because you should. We can always go higher than your range, too.
Ma'am. Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Jeremy Robinson.
My name is Jeremy Robinson. I was born and raised here in Flint. Like my parents, like my grandparents. Sorry, I'm tall. Let me get this mic right. Fourth generation, born here in Flint, Michigan. Just so happens to be, yesterday was the anniversary of my murder. And I said murder, that's right. 5 years ago yesterday, I was hit by a hit and run. I was ran over by a hit and run driver running a red light on my motorcycle. I was so bad that Hurley refused to take me, and they air flighted me to U of M, where I went on to die 4 times. Stuck in a coma for a month, broke every bone in my body, had to have heart surgery and brain surgery. And nobody investigated nothing. Nothing. The person was caught. The person was detained, never arrested, never charged. And then when it got to court, Judge Hammond dismissed all the charges, along with DA David Layton. Dismissed all the charges except for the person didn't have a driver's license, a legal driver's license. So that's what they were convicted of. Driving on the suspended, not running me over and killing me, but driving on a suspended license. Is that what this has come to? Is that where we're at? Murder? There's no justice in Flint. What is no investigation, and then of course And when I tried to speak out about it in front of Judge Hammond, I was told to sit down and shut up or go to jail for speaking out about at my own court hearing on my own murder charge. I was threatened to be put in jail for speaking out about this not being justice. So tell me again, how's that justice? Please, somebody explain that to me. Nothing. I know, I didn't expect, to be honest, I didn't expect anything from anybody here. I really didn't. It's just sad. It's just really sad that that's where this great city has come to. 4 generations my family have been here. 4 generations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, before you call the next public speaker, I do want to remind the residents, because I don't want that resident to think that 8 people sat up here and just didn't care about what he was talking about. We are not allowed to respond until council responds. Next public speaker.
Next speaker is Sandra Jobin.
Good evening. Hopefully you guys can hear me back there, somewhere's out there. But obviously some people are afraid of what's happening. It's a sad day when they start to have to pay for the crimes that they've committed throughout the years. I stood here 3 years ago, and around here in Flint, whether it was commissioners, don't hold me exactly responsible. I am a Burton resident, originally from Davison, so they call me the outsider. Well, this outsider is now paying for part of the Flint water crisis. I just got the headline of that news on Sunday. I was down at the protest. I saw the brutality of it was a total setup. Now you guys can see how a peaceful protest turns into a freaking riot. There's setup, and I feel sorry for the police officers that are doing this, that feel that they have to do this. I'm sick and tired of hearing it's my job, I got food to feed my kids, to pay, whatever. Because the point of this is I went through this with COVID too. They were threatening to give us that stupid shot that's now killing everybody, and everybody is finding that out through cancer, heart disease, brain tumors, you name it. And I wouldn't do it. I have a child that is disabled. I have better things to do than to stand here and try to tell people that the corruption is happening here in Flint. Judy, I'm disgusted by you. You call yourself a Republican, but I'm telling you there's a difference between a Republican and a Republican, a real Republican. And you are disgusting. You're a traitor to the name. Yeah, now look up at me. Liddell, I'm not sure that you're legally supposed to be sitting in that seat, because I believe it's 2 months shy of being here for a year before you took office. So I'm not sure exactly how that's going to go down with your Courageous magazine also. And that is, she has a background of criminal sociology, sociology. So is she playing both sides, or is she, I'm not really sure on that one. And then you turn around and take a grant and take your name off of presidency and give it to your best friend, supposedly running your NGO. These guys are just corrupt from the word go. I could go on a list and on, because you know what? I'm up pretty much 20 hours a day. So I have nothing better to do than to research. So Leon, where's Leon? You guys are supposed to be making a major vote here, and he's not here?
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Let me start off by saying, Candace, you can't stop me from standing up here and not speaking. Have you ever heard of silent protest? I could stand here in silent protesting y'all for acting stupid and not knowing anything. It's nothing that you can do about it. But I'm gonna speak though. Me and Rashid, that's Rayvon's father, I brought him down here. His son was shot 10 times in the back by the state troopers back in November of last year. Y'all didn't say anything. Nothing at all. Liddell, Crystal Cooper, you remember them? The shirt that I have on right now. Let's talk about Mayor Neely saying that it's political suicide not to go after the 2 firemen who gave an all clear and they died Memorial Day of 2023. Yesterday was the anniversary of one of them passing away. My issue here is what happened Monday. Chief Green said that the residence was the cause of the chaos here past Monday. It was an officer that slapped a senior's finger. You can watch him on a video moving around and maneuvering, trying to hear what he had to say. And when he got in earshot of what he was saying, he turned around and slapped his finger and then grabbed him. Everything was okay. The young lady was going out in the hallway. Liddell, let me tell you something, you moose. You screaming that we interfering with the police. Sergeant Spann and Sergeant Jones asked me to help them get her out of here so that it wouldn't be any melee, any chaos. See, y'all don't like to play with the police, but you have people that don't give a damn about what happens if they're doing right. I was in the military and we used to train to fight Russia. And we dealt with dictators and learned about dictators. And that's what y'all are up in here, and especially Neely. Neely is a dictator. Don't pass that budget. Y'all coming up here talking, especially the ombudsman. Y'all coming up here trying to pump fear, but remember Mike Glasgow cared about his family more than he cared about 98,000 people when he signed that order to let us go on Flint River water. See, y'all sit in these offices down here and worry about y'all commanders and y'all chiefs and y'all mayor, and y'all do their bidding against the people of the city of Flint. I wouldn't sign anything, I wouldn't vote on anything until they start telling on the thievery that's going on down in the mayor's office. They know what's going on down there. That's just like all these pastors running around sleeping with their congregation.
Thank
They
you.
be knowing what's going
Thank you.
on.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next public speaker is Wantel Davis.
My name is Mr. Wantwez Davis. I'm the former Fifth Ward City Councilman. What I want to say to the public is, and I said it last time, but I don't know if everybody was here last time, is City Council #1 job is budgetary processing. That's their #1 ultimate job, is to pass the budget and do the numbers and the checks and the balances. But they have a whole year to put this together, a whole year. Unfortunately, we at this point where we are now, and this is an embarrassment. And my thing is, I don't think there's a lot of city councils up here that know how to put a budget together. There's probably 2, Jared and probably Dennis, that I know that probably can put a budget together. But the unfortunate thing, and I'm not throwing any slights at any of you guys, because that's not my position to do that. My goal is to represent the people, especially in the Fifth Ward, and most importantly, the whole city, to make sure our people are educated. But you guys has never come up with a budget to counteract the budget that the mayor put together. When I was in office, we used to conduct budgets when we didn't like the mayor budget. And we would have a meeting as a whole with the mayor and figure out what budget is we going to pass. But you guys has not put a budget out to counteract his budget. And if his budget is $4 million in deficit, then no, it shouldn't be passed. But this is what they're not telling people. And I'm not bagging this budget that we have. I'm not bagging that budget. But this is the information that you're not getting. The budget is a balanced budget. It's a balanced budget because they're using the fund balance, which is a reserve. Every municipality does that. But the difference is in this budget, is it's utilizing money that it shouldn't be utilizing because a lot of the services that they're trying to pay for don't need to be paid for. So that is the information that is not being given to you guys. And so if that budget has items in it that shouldn't be utilized, then council should feel compelled to do a budget themselves and summon the mayor to come to the meeting and utilize both understandings and say, what budget will we submit that's beneficial for the people? But this council, and that makes everybody accountable, not just 4, but 8. All of them should be held accountable because this is their most important job. And if you cannot conduct your most important job, you shouldn't be in the position that you're in. But they spend hours campaigning, throwing each other under the bus. So when you're throwing each other under the bus and you're arguing and you're quibbling, either you're trying to make sure that person don't get elected or you're trying to make sure that you stay elected. But it's still campaigning. It's still campaigning. And I was the only one that tried to stop them from going to the Flint River. So my point I'm trying to say is that you guys should be
Thank
doing
you.
much.
Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Winters.
Good evening, Council. My name is Winters Hall, and I'm a resident of the 6th Ward. First of all, I want to thank the people today because today was a victory for the people. The people had a press conference. I want to thank Councilwoman Tanya Burns and Councilman Dennis Pfeiffer for coming and standing with the people because they too are residents. I want to thank Mayor Karen Weaver for coming. I want to thank Little Miss Flint. I want to thank the brother, the minister, LaRon X from the Nation of Islam. I would have liked to thank the concerned pastors, but unfortunately, they're not here. I thought it was an honor to stand with Sister Claire McClinton down there today. I also thank Brother Art Woodson. I thank Baby Doll for driving from Detroit. I thank Sister Taliba. As you can see, I'm naming a variety of people because it's about the people. And that's what we forgot. And I'm standing here holding the hand of Miss Gwen Wofford, the other senior that was pulled out of her car Sunday and handcuffed for no reason. No reason, a ticketable offense. But she was pulled out of her car. See, a lot of the seniors were driving because they couldn't walk from here way over to Dayton Street. It was peaceful. But it became personal when I seen my old church member out there asking, what did I do? And then for her to tell me in her 70-plus years of life, that's the first time she ever was spread out across a police car. In Flint, the city that she grew up in. This is how her city treats her, the seniors. Wasn't Hasselbring enough? Wasn't Hasselbring enough? But no, this is what we keep doing. But we got to organize. And organization, whether you know it or not, it started today with the people. Delegate Sandy was right. It was a setup because the mayor and his minions spent most of their morning on the phone trying to stop the peaceful press conference by telling people that it was a protest that was going to be held outside on the lawn of City Hall trying to deter people. But it didn't work because the people still came. People are tired. And like the minister said, no justice, no peace. Flint,
Thank you.
ready.
Next
And we
public
standing
speaker,
up.
Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Kat. Next speaker is Kat.
Hello, good evening. I am just going to take a little step back for a second because I want to take a step back for a second because we're focusing on today, but if we look back for a second, I think more things will be clearer. So I want to speak as fast as I can. So this is the City of Flint announcement for Mr. Philip Moore, named City Chief Financial Officer. Moore comes to the City of Flint from the Pontiac General Employees Retirement System, where he served as finance officer, managing over $500 million in assets. Prior to that, he served the City of Alma for 26 years as the finance director and assistant city manager, and then as the city manager. So I have one question about that. That came from the mayor saying that. And so I just wanted to back up for just a minute because I thought it would be important to find out, after 26 years, why didn't he retire? Did the mayor fail to tell you that he resigned Alma because the commissioner forced him to? So of Alma City, he was 26 years this chief financial officer who, excuse me, so who the chief, Kendra Overlaw, filed a lawsuit against the city as well as the former Alma official Philip Moore for discrimination. The lawsuit alleges several instances of discrimination by those within the police department and the city government, compensation for the lost wages, benefits, and more for being sought for the city of violating the Equal Pay Act. See, he was sexist, and most of you are female. Maybe that's why you can't get your answers from him. But when he resigned from Alma, the comments from the citizens of Alma had said, "We're so glad to see him go because he's nothing but a yes man." And Mayor Neely was more than happy to pull him on. So, you know, when he went over to the pensions in Pontiac was after that had happened for just a short stint. So I just wanted to bring that up for a moment because I just thought it was important to make notice that Mayor Neely had no problem with him being sexist and not giving this officer, as you see there's officers in here, giving them their fair and correct wages and not letting her drive a vehicle home.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Egypt Irvin. Egypt Irvin.
Did you say Egypt Irving?
Egypt.
Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is James Clark.
Hello, Council. I'm here today with Faith Foundation Resources. I'm here to support summer jobs for our students. We need these jobs to help us grow as a community and help support our youth. And that's mostly all I have to say here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Reginald Mitchell. Reginald Mitchell.
Reginald Mitchell. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Shania Wilson. Shania Wilson. Next speaker is Kens White. Kens White.
You said Kens White.
Yeah.
Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker, Albert Jr.
All right, next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Bianca Schultz. Bianca Schultz. Next speaker is Bianca Schultz.
Sir, that is your first warning. Sir, that is your second warning. You are removed from this meeting.
Next speaker is Elena Smith. Elena Smith.
It's crazy how you guys are just kicking people out for having their piece. Anyways, what, you two gonna sit over there and giggle and talk under the table again? Just wondering. Just a question. Monday, actually, it wasn't yesterday. I was sitting up front up here when this lovely lady, got her first warning. Not her second, her first warning. And after her first warning, she sat back down after finishing what she had to say. And then the one officer right there, not even lovely, I don't even know this man, came over and was bending over and calling her baby and touching on my leg, standing in front of me. In my personal space. She's 14. And I asked him to step back a couple times and he didn't answer and did not listen.
Point of order.
What's your point?
He's yelling out consistently.
That's
The
my
gentleman
fault.
right there. And that will be his second warning.
Sir, stop yelling out.
He can yell out
Stop
on my turn
yelling
if he
out,
wants
sir.
to. That's my man right there.
Stop yelling out.
That's my man. That's my uncle. He can call out on my turn if he wants to.
He cannot.
He can because he's on my turn, not your turn.
That's
He's
not
on
how
my
this
turn.
works, so proceed with your public comments.
Okay. Crazy. I could take your job in a few years. How much you want to bet? Let's see. Quit playing with me. Anyways, as I continue, I was still sitting there, and I asked that officer to back up, and he would not. And then another officer came over and bent down and got in my face again to tell me to move to get this lovely lady out the way. But I'm going to stand for my people and not move because they're my people. And yes, I did watch you walk out that back door too. And that's how everybody knew you were the one that helped plan this. It's crazy how all y'all, 1, 2, 3, 4, from what I know, are working together against what you're supposed to be doing instead of working with the people and getting this straight. And then having, I don't even know how many, like 30 cops come in here, assaulting a couple of people, and you guys just sitting back and not having them stop or just letting them do what they did. Y'all just sat there and let them do it. And I seen a video of Dennis online who tried to get them to stop, and you guys let them continue.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Xavier Smith.
Pick up what you left off.
Monday, I was so appalled with how you guys used the cops as attack dogs. Huh? Oh. And you guys just sat there, did nothing. And it kind of reminded me of, how I heard my uncle talking about how you guys made reports about pulling old people out of the vehicles as fake, just made up news. And that's kind of messed up from my point of view, And I'm glad you guys are actually paying attention, most of you. Candace.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Miss Pollard.
I want to address everybody except for a few people. Candace, you always telling people, be respectful. You and Judy really caused that commotion yesterday. Let's keep it 100. You claim you're a real woman, both of y'all, but y'all don't act like it. Y'all act like y'all in motherfucking, excuse my word, I'm gonna phrase it. Y'all act like some little kids from elementary, middle school, and high school. And then Liddell, you was up there videoing people talking about arrest them. I watched the whole video. It's very sad that y'all come after the resident, and then when the resident react to you guys, you want to call the popos. You understand where I'm coming from? We are tired. I drive here to be for the people of the whole Genesee County, period. But my thing is, y'all, I asked y'all, Jerry Winfrey, we went to school. Tanya, you know who I am. Dennis, that's my brother. JJ, I respect you. That's what I call you because everybody call you that. Y'all need not to pass this budget because for one, in 23 and 24, y'all been asking for certain stuff. And then when they don't have it, the man named Mr. Moore, when he can't answer the question, then he look around like this and try to get some help. So that should tell y'all they're not doing their job. Y'all shouldn't have to ask them every month, every year for certain stuff. And then Judy talking about, oh, I left my laptop. She don't need to be no financial person at all. And then another thing I want to ask y'all, what law have the same president and the vice president still have their seat? Ain't y'all only supposed to sit there for 1 year, and that's breaking the Robert law and the, whatever the council laws? Because y'all need to vote them out because they not supposed to sit for 2 years. The contract said only 1 year for the vice president and the president. We need to get rid of them. Stand up for the people. Quit going on Facebook, because that's all you, Judy, Liddell, Candace, that's why y'all head be down, because y'all be all on the internet thugging and looking at everything they say, and then when people tell y'all, y'all ain't even warm enough to look at us, and we pay the taxes for you to get your paycheck. So have respect for the young kids when they speaking to y'all. Don't be ignorant, and then that stuff that happened Sunday, that was wrong, because I was right there seeing it all. And y'all sit up there and letting them tell a lie on him. He didn't do nothing. And y'all snatch him out when he was still in the seatbelt and the car was in drive. And then I watched them put him in the paddy wagon because my car was right there. May have. Yeah. But my thing is, y'all say y'all love this city, y'all for the city, and them willow trees that Miss Judy, they mess up your
That is your
basement.
time.
I
Next
know it's my
public
time. Have
speaker,
respect,
Madam
though.
Secretary.
You better have respect.
That was the last
Next,
speaker.
that was the last
Yes.
public speaker.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Madam Secretary. It is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers only after all speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who wishes to speak during council response?
Point of order. Point of order.
What's your point?
We have another tripod in the first row.
Huh?
Right here in the first row.
Oh, ma'am, you have to go to the media section with that tripod.
There will be a unipod.
Point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
The city attorney already addressed this last meeting when they said that
we did
unipod, tripod.
Yes,
anything,
ma'am.
so thank you.
Ma'am, you have to have your phone freestanding or you have to go to the media section.
Come on, Chandler, leave her alone. Back it up. Started it last time. Back it up. Here we go. Back it up. The mayor's meeting.
Ma'am, we are in the middle of a meeting. You all cannot be walking around and walking up front like this. All right, we are now moving on to the council response. Is there any member that wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the
Thank you for all of
floor.
the residents who have come out, even though you will continuously be disrespected by the vice chair interim. You will be, and it's disappointing because the very things that she says and calls you out and puts you out for vulgarity, she's done herself, and so as the council president. So when it comes to it is the hypocrisy of it all. So when it comes to the budget, the mayor he brings us his budget. He brought us his budget. He has a responsibility in his administration to bring us a balanced budget. Page 61 of the Flint City Charter, that it must be balanced and maintain balance. That's under Article 7. We do not have a balanced budget. It's a negative $4 million deficit. Flint has had 4 emergency managers. Ed Kurtz, Jerry Ambrose, we have had Mike Brown, and we have had Darnell Early. And we know what happened with the last one. The reason why we had emergency manager is because then Governor Snyder stated that the mayor and the city council lacked the will to govern. So we have some unfortunate, tough decisions that we have to make per the Flint City Charter. We are mandated to have a balanced budget. Period. That's what it states. And you can get the charter online. It's online. And so when we talk about some of these things and people say with the jobs, and to Mr. Harris, get your own office in order. You don't have an ombudsman since October 2022. You do not. So we are not going to make decisions that they're not going to be easy. The administration did submit to us 3 possible cuts in expenditures: police $500,000, fire $400,000, and city council $33,000. But we've got some others that need to be done. I do want to say this to our police. I'm sorry that you are used to be weaponized against the residents week after week, month after month, and now year after year.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Yes, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank the residents for coming out. Thank you for being engaged in the process. It is so good and so refreshing that you all are here, standing before us, bringing us your concerns, your opinions, and I welcome it. And I just want to thank you guys. And I do want to say something someone mentioned about the chaos on Monday. In my opinion, the councilwoman in the 4th Ward, she incited that chaos. She continues to disrespect residents. She yelled out at Jason, who was standing right over there at the window, and she told him to sit down. Who do she think she is? Who do she think she is? So disrespectful. But this is what happens. This is what happens. And that's where the uproar came from. And that started the chaos that happened in this chamber on Monday. But I find it strange that on October 14th, 2024, we had an insurrection in this chamber. And did we have any police officers? We had 1 police officer, maybe 2. I find that very strange. Find it very strange. But that was orchestrated by the president of this council.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
First of all, I want to thank residents for showing up. And the second thing is I want to apologize to the residents for you guys basically being pushed out the door now. My colleagues obviously do not want to hear you. They don't want you here. So maybe next week it's going to be further back until there's fewer and fewer seats. Instead of having residents here and hearing their grievances, they want to push you out the door and shut you up and arrest you. It is appalling that someone got arrested this evening for having a phone on a stick. How in 2025 we are arresting someone for having a phone on a stick? It is a complete joke, and I promise you, officers, you will not have to do that in August, so you can go back to fighting crime the way that you should be and not weaponized against the police or the residents.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
I hear information about what a balanced budget is. So this is the definition from the Michigan law.
Pause her time. Pause her time. It is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers only after all public speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Reading of the Disorderly Person City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meeting. It is now time for a council response. Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor.
141.435, Section 15.2. The total estimated expenditures, including an accrued deficit in the budget, shall not exceed the total estimate.
Please pause her time. You were able to speak uninterrupted. It is now her time to speak. We know that you know how to speak without interrupting because you allowed other council members to speak. It is now her turn to speak.
The total estimated expenditures, including an accrued deficit.
Please pause the time. Officers, you've heard the warning issued several times that it is now time for her to speak. We will clear the chambers if she cannot speak. Continue. Yeah. Continue, Ms. Priestley.
The total estimated expenditures, including an accrued deficit.
Please pause the time. That's fine. We're going to start our time over.
Wait, point of order.
What's your point?
You're starting her time over from the 2-minute mark?
Correct.
Then I would like to start mine over.
No one interrupted while you were speaking.
Yeah, well, she don't get, according to the charter, each council member is to receive 2 minutes. 2 minutes is in the council rule, not 4. Now, if she gets another 2, I want another 2.
You will not be granted another 2. Please continue, Ms. Priestley.
She shouldn't be granted 1 either. You're making up rules that don't exist.
Burns, I have ruled. We're moving on. Please continue, Ms. Priestley.
Council rules tell you that.
Continue, Ms. Priestley. You have the floor.
The total estimated expenditures, including an accrued deficit in the budget, shall not exceed the total estimated revenues.
Please pause the time. We're going to a recess.
I object. I object.
We are going into a recess so that we can get control of the chambers.
Point of order. 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 You are to acknowledge there is a privileged motion on the floor. Point of order. We need to vote on recess.
We are trying to get control of the chambers.
No such thing as.
We are trying to get control of the chambers.
We'll get control, but we can't go into recess without a vote.
We'll do it your way. Officers, we need to start removing people because I've asked several times for them to allow Ms. Priestley to speak. This is the way they wanted to do it, so this is the way we'll do it.
And what did that cost last week? I mean, it's the disrespect. When this is the hate you give back. This is the hate they get back from the community. Disrespect them. So here it is, they don't understand. They work with the council. They spend more time working with and for the administration. They done disrespected these residents for 2 years.
They didn't vote. That's an illegal meeting in that back room. Right. It's an illegal meeting in the back room. Illegal meeting in the back room. They in the back room. There's some people in the back room. Didn't stand up for them brothers that you had working for you, all of me. You didn't stand up for them brothers. When it was working for you, all of me, you should have stepped up for my brother that was trying to change. Ain't no way you in council. And you did not. What's the problem, What's the problem, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. What's the
People are coming.
Illegal meeting. Illegal meeting. Where you at, attorney? Illegal meeting.
You know, according to the Michigan Constitution, the political power is inherent in the people, not these assholes.
Tell them, Judy, tell them turn the microphone off on us.
know.
Would all council members please return to your seats so that we may continue this meeting?
No, leave it up there. Your friend. Right here. Right there. Nobody.
Alrighty, sir, you cannot move chairs in the chamber. Put those chairs back where they were. You cannot move chairs.
Why?
Ma'am and sir, that is your first warning. Please put the chairs back where they were.
Hey, can we sit on the floor? Can we sit on the floor? Oh, yeah, I can sit on the floor.
I guess she the law, judge, jury, convictioner, executioner.
All right, we were in the middle of the Fourth Ward's response.
Point of
Councilwoman
order.
Priestley, please. I'm sorry, what's your point of order?
Not a problem. I just want to make sure that all of the chairs are in line with the lectern.
Ma'am, could you please put your chair back where it was placed at the beginning of the meeting?
But I'll go over here.
Yeah, because that row's up further than this row.
I believe we were at Councilwoman Priestley's comments.
Point of order.
What's your point?
She needs a warning. Stop yelling out.
That would actually be her second warning. She would be removed from the meeting. Councilwoman Priestley, please continue.
141.435, Section 15, Number 2.
Point of order. If you said she removed from the meeting, she's still in the meeting.
No, I didn't remove her. I said that would be remove her from the meeting. I didn't remove her.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Priestley, please continue.
The total estimated expenditures, including an accrued deficit in the budget, shall not exceed the total estimated revenues, including an available unappropriated surplus in the proceeds from bonds or other obligations issued under the Fiscal Stabilization Act, or the balance of the principal of these bonds or other obligations. That is the definition of a balanced budget. I hear so many comments about the willows that were planted in the Fourth Ward. Those were paid for by a grant from another organization. I think it was Keep Genesee Beautiful. It may have been somebody else, but it had nothing to do with the city of Flint. The organization received no city of Flint dollars after they were awarded $25,000 for vacant lot usage. They declined it because they were unable to get the property. So if you're talking about the willows, they were not paid by the city or any organization that receives money from the city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I do appreciate the amount of attention that we have received in the chambers. However, we want to make sure that everyone is familiar with the standard order of operation here. So I would like to encourage each and every one of you to reach out to the city clerk so you all can get a listing of the rules, so you all will know what you are beholden to. Because a lot of residents, they were not pleased at what they saw. A lot of voting residents were not pleased at the chaos, the vulgar language, the threats, the violence. It was not, It was not acceptable. And so what they continue to ask us to do, they ask us to make sure that we enforce the rules to make this a safe place for all residents. A lot of people felt threatened. A lot of people were scared. And this is not the kind of chambers that we... Hold on, could you pause my time?
Please pause the time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, we can't expect the people in the street to have decorum when we don't have it here. Rules are meant for a reason. So we can't expect the shooters and the stabbers and the people like that to do it when we are breaking rules here. A rule is a rule. So either you're for chaos or you're for peace. When you're at the lectern, speak your piece, but you can do it respectfully. Imagine yourself sitting up here. Imagine yourself being in this position. We hear you, we work with you, but you must have decorum. If we again.
Please pause the time.
Yeah.
Members of the audience are reminded that this is council response. Council has their opportunity to respond to your comments. Continue.
Excuse me, sir. That's your warning. Okay.
I can't see who it is. Can you show me who it is?
It's the gentleman in the blue shirt who just yelled out, "Woo, I just got here."
Point of order.
What's your point of order, Ms. Burns?
Councilwoman Liddell Lewis does not have the authority to give someone a warning. You are the chair.
Correct. That's why I said, could she point out who it is? She did not issue them a warning.
Yes,
she
did.
can't.
She said, "Sir, that's your warning."
So let me help
He's
you out.
nodding his head, correct.
Let me finish my sentence. She cannot issue them a warning. She cannot. That's why I said she did not, because she cannot. That is why I asked who was speaking.
The gentleman in the blue shirt. It seems like our colleagues are too busy trying to maintain chaos instead of order. And so we all should be making sure that people are in order. It's the man in the blue shirt, Madam Chair.
There's two men in the blue shirt. Oh, wasn't you? No. Mr. Clack, that is your first warning. Please continue.
Thank you.
Please hold. Yep.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
All right, that's good. There's been an appealing of the ruling of the chair. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Please start his 1 minute. Wait, I don't think they have your time ready. Please start his 1 minute. Go ahead.
I think everyone on this council knows Mr. Clack didn't say a word, and it's actually funny that we're just going to give out warnings when we have no idea who actually said what. Like that right there is they're just going to give out warnings like they're birthday gifts or birthday cards like the mayor sends. This makes no sense. Mr. Clack said 0. Because you know his name, he's going to be the one that's a guilty party. And that's why I object. Mr. Clack didn't say anything.
I think he's done with his time. Can you please start my 1 minute? Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward identified Mr. Clack as the one yelling out.
Point of order.
Therefore, he was
Point of
issued
order.
a warning.
She did not.
Actually, she did.
No, she said a person in the blue shirt. She said a person in the blue shirt.
This is on my time. Your point of order is rejected.
You reject point of order.
A motion is always in order.
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
And I would like to complete it, please. First of all, you are accusing someone, and her statement and description was a person in a blue shirt. That's not the person in the blue shirt. You're wrong this time. You're wrong.
Awesome. Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, would you please identify who you were identifying?
Man in the blue shirt.
What is your point of order?
This is, per the rules, the person making the objection speaks and the chair speaks, no one else.
Per the rules, Councilwoman Burns just said I had it wrong, so to get it right, I'm asking the person who called them to order. Go ahead. Who were you identifying?
You said Michael Clack, right?
Okay, thank you.
Wait, point of order. She said who? I could not hear her.
All right,
Point
so
of
he
order.
has had 1 minute to speak. I've had 1 minute to speak. We are now going to vote.
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
Did the councilwoman state who? Did she say Michael Clack again? I didn't hear her.
The
So she
chair
didn't
who
hear
is
say-
chairing, who asked the question, heard the answer.
Okay, we all are on here. We all need to hear. It's not just you.
All right, so roll call. A yes will overturn the ruling of the chair. A no will sustain the ruling of the chair. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Dr. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
I abstain because it is very clear that they are violating the rights of the residents. The gentleman who did talk stood up in the blue shirt. The colors are blue and black. Know the difference. It's elementary.
Ms. Machette?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Absolutely yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
No.
So they use weapons in their seats.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no,
even say it.
1 abstention.
What? It's the numbers. Can you please,
Sorry, no, 3 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention.
the vote is 3 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention. The ruling of the chair stands. Michael Clack stands with his first warning.
Just liars. Y'all so
Councilwoman in the second ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. So according to the Disorderly Person City Code subsection, those that are disrupting a meeting will be in violation and you will receive a warning. Second warning, be asked to leave, and you may be subject to arrest. We shall have a peaceful meeting today and going forward, and rules shall be followed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam
Councilman in the 9th ward.
You know, it's not often that I speak in response to public comment. And me speaking today is not in response to public comment. It's in response to my disappointment in my colleagues by not doing what's right. The gentleman in the blue self-identified himself. He self-identified. And then when asked, as opposed to identifying the one that was standing up, you said Michael Clack, right?
Are you yielding the rest of your time? All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Seeing as how there's no one else, what we can do, Councilman in the 9th ward, since you are committed to being wrong, just so you can get some claps, is we can run the tape back. I literally asked the first gentleman, pause my time, pause my time. Sir in the gray shirt, that's your first warning.
The gentleman just said it was him. He stood up and said it was him.
Incorrect. So, as I was saying, I literally asked that man, I looked him dead in his face, said, was it you? You told me no. And so when I said, Who was it? I said, was it Michael Clack? She confirmed that it was Michael Clack. Go watch the video. I literally asked him, was it him? I did not assume it. Pause the time. You do not have the floor. You do not have permission to speak. Have a seat. That's your second warning. You are removed from this meeting. Sir, you do not have the floor. Have a seat. That is your first warning.
Poor old man, bitch.
Oh, he's removed already, Mr. Clack. He's removed already. Sir, that's your second warning. You are removed. You are removed.
Actually, he's really high up in the Republicans, so she just made a mistake. She just made a mistake. He's one of the good ones. That was a silly mistake. And that man, she initially said blue shirt. Then, to be vindictive, she said Michael Black. Actually, Liddell set her up. Liddell set her up. Because Liddell said the man in the blue shirt first. Then she turned around and said Michael Clack to be vindictive. She said Candace's ruling up to be wrong.
What just happened?
Please start my time again. So, again, you can go back and watch the video. I specifically asked that man first, was it him? He told me no. In which case, after that, I asked, was it Mr. Clack? So, that is your second warning. You are removed. You are removed.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
That is fine. The ruling of the chair has been appealed. Is there support? It has been moved and properly supported. Please start. Councilwoman Burns is 1 minute. Please let me know when it starts. What are they doing? Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
So it is very clear that the hate y'all have been giving these residents is coming home to roost. These residents, and clearly Councilwoman Lewis stated at first the man in the blue shirt. She stated that. The man in the blue shirt just kind of sat back in his chair. Then when you could not hear, because the residents do not respect you anymore, then Councilwoman Lewis, the second time, she said Michael Clack, knowing, because I'm watching and she was watching too, and she pointed. She set you up to give an incorrect ruling. Clack hadn't said nothing. We don't go from blue shirt to Michael Clack. That was not, and roll the tape back, because you're going to see. And because the hate she has for certain people, and I'm disappointed she set you up. Because the man even stood up and said, "Hey, I did do it."
That's the time. Madam, point of order.
Thank you. That her 1 minute is up. Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis, what is your point of order?
Oh no, I want the time was going off.
All right. So please start my 1 minute. Members of the public. Oh, where am I? Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meeting. She received her first warning when she was sitting in that chair, because this is what the ruling is about, and this is her second warning. She is removed from this meeting. Thank you. This is the roll call vote. Yes overturns the ruling of the chair. No upholds the ruling of the chair.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machette? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Amin?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Four yes, four no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. The ruling of the chair stands. Ma'am, you are removed from this meeting. She's removed from the meeting. Right here in the front, the woman nearest to Arthur Woodson.
Look out, Art! Art, look out! Look out, Art!
Yeah, you can stand in the hallway.
Yeah!
And then they got a second meeting too, so you can come back.
Which is the stupidest shit I ever heard of.
It is now time to adopt the consent agenda. What is the pleasure of the body? It has been completely separated by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Moving on to Resolution 250173-T, which is the adoption of the final project planning document, water system improvement design, authorizing project representative. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Motion to approve.
It's been a motion to approve by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilman in the 1st
Madam
Ward.
Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
Through you to the city attorney.
City attorney.
What are the consequences if we do not pass this resolution? What are the consequences to the city?
Emergency!
I have to turn on my computer. Which resolution are you referring to?
It's the water revolving drinking fund.
I'm sorry?
It's the planning for the water system improvements.
So we do have a staff member here from the water department to talk about this, but high level, excuse me.
Could you please pause this time? I would ask that members of the audience and people that are in the hallway, please allow us to continue this meeting. We cannot hear. The attorney is trying to speak. She is asking for people to please stop speaking while she is trying to speak. Continue. What's your request?
I think it's clear that Michael Clack's the only one talking. Maybe we should give him a second warning.
That is an improper request. That is an improper use of a privileged motion. Please continue.
Through you, you said that Scott Dungy should be the one who I should address this question to.
Through the chair, I would recommend that you have someone from the water department.
Mr. Dungy, would you please?
Good evening.
Good evening.
What are the consequences of us not approving this resolution? Could you please explain to the residents and ourselves?
So, the Torrey Road and the Northwest Transmission Main are both old, deficient items that need to
Point
be
of
addressed.
order.
Please pause the time. What is your point?
I can't hear because it's a lot of commotion. And
if we could please have the people in the hallway move away from the council chamber doors.
who?
That's your first warning.
Go ahead.
Okay, so this resolution is just for us to put in an application for funding to fix old equipment. We have an old booster station that's a 1954 vintage. 2012, we put a couple pumps in there, but it didn't solve the problem. So that has been an ongoing issue. And then the Northwest Transmission Main is an old water line that is steel. And anytime it breaks in big holes, it splits. It causes catastrophic water loss. So that has been on the docket since 2008. Now, this is just an application asking the state for funding to help us fix this. There is no guarantee that, we'll get the funding. There's no guarantee that you'll get, relieved of some of the debt. But if we don't apply, we don't know. They won't tell us ahead of time whether they will relieve us of any of that until we apply. There's, and even if we do get it, and they don't want to relieve us of any of that debt, we don't have to take it. It's still up to council and the city to make a decision whether they want to take that loan on or not. But if we don't apply, we won't know, whether we could even get the funding.
This is basically, hey, state, we're interested in applying for this fund down the line.
Correct.
That's basically what it is. It doesn't commit us to anything.
Correct.
It doesn't increase anybody's water bills.
Correct.
It's just, hey, we're interested.
Yes.
So in reality, for us not to approve it eliminates any possibility of getting relief for the funding that we need in order to do those projects that we must do in order to help our water system.
Correct. And eventually we will have to fix them. I mean, they're both aging and getting older every day, and we're doing the best we can to keep them running sufficiently, but
And if we have to repair them without this, it's going to cost the residents $26 million.
Yes.
One way or the other. If we don't get it, it's going to come out of their pockets. Water rates will go up.
Yes.
If we get the loan, that'll be spread out over many years, so the water rates won't go up as high because we have to fund the project.
Correct.
And if we don't get the funding, that's another story.
Right.
But this is just a request to the state to consider our application.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, Mr. Dungy, how are you?
Fine. And yourself?
I didn't get did you send us the copy of the upgraded spreadsheet?
I sent that to Mr. Edwards. Yes.
To who?
Mr. Edwards.
I don't see, I don't know, Mr. Edwards, I haven't seen it, but let me state this. September, and you're fine, because I know where you stand. You've been very transparent. So September 23rd, 2024, we had a meeting. The meeting was for you to go over this report. The meeting was also for you to go over the administrative consent order,
Okay.
which these items are contained in.
Yes.
During that meeting, when we came, council members were not allowed to ask not one question. The other 4 were not. Councilman Priestley did a call for the question. They had 5 votes and didn't even ask the questions then, but want us to vote on it now. We had no choice, and I don't even know if they read it, but I did. As a matter of fact, I read it so many times, it then fell apart. And with the notes. So when they decide to take with the administrative consent order, which about approximately 10 years, these projects were estimated about $300 million. Now we have to look at tariffs, we have to look at increased labor, material costs, and we don't have the money. So what if we do get the loan? And I know people say, oh, we don't have to commit to it. They should have thought about that when they voted to accept the administrative consent order, because then they took the responsibility away from the government that poisoned us. They took it away, and now they're saying to residents, well, let's kick this down the road. They wouldn't even let us ask questions. This was voted down before. Then they're going to say, Councilman Murphy was very sick when he came in. When this was passed, it was up for reconsideration. It had failed. He didn't even want to have it done. How much time I got? We can't see. Okay, but we're going to play what was said, because everybody wasn't in agreement with this administrative consent order, and I don't know how he was.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The agreement, if the agreement goes into place for whatever the reason, whether it's by means of the council or whether it is by means of the state just enacting the agreement, if the dates are not met, then what happens?
The state has been working with us. I mean, let's be clear about that. The state has been working with us consistently over this period since we've been dealing with the previous ACOs and we've been dealing with the EPA. And so they recognize that there's sometimes capacity issues, there's sometimes other things that create barriers. They've given us latitude. Often, they've moved the date so that we could be in compliance.
And is there anything in here that says that they could possibly help?
Hold on, because that's taking a little bit further. Because Councilman Murphy didn't approve of this at first.
Right now,
Not at all.
to suggest that.
And he said as long as we didn't, I'll get my second round. He said in this meeting, as long as we don't have the money, he didn't want to approve it because he fought for the water crisis. He went to Lansing. He protested on the front lawns. And he understood that this was not our burden. Flint residents didn't ask for emergency management because then we had deficit budgets. We're facing a deficit budget tonight. We are. And we know that what happened the last time is they poisoned Flint. And now all of these projects and these in here have to be done. We don't even know, do you know how much all of them are gonna cost now? Because it's all of them. Do you have any round, and we don't have a DPW director, another one quit.
So the estimate was 29 million for the Northwest and
For the one
Torrey Road.
project. But this is how many projects? I think it's 22 on here.
Majority of them have been completed. So
What about
these
our
are two-
ACO?
So the ACOs to make sure that we complete all of that list. Now, there's also SOPs and a few job titles that they would like filled too. So there's a few, and then the final thing would be the TMF.
And the TMF report is where we were actually in violation. So the TMF report gave us numerous violations, which is on the report. And we haven't corrected those. So they didn't ask us last year for our vote because they had 5, and they didn't want our opinion. I'm not giving it today.
Thank you. Next
Madam Chair.
person, Councilman in the 8th Ward.
So I already stated my reason for not adopting this, and I stand by that. And I will not be supporting this on the backs of the taxpayers. So I'm in full aware that this is an alleged application, whether it's approved or denied. To me, it's telling that our state representative is requesting $25 million for nonprofits instead of going for $25 million to pay for this project. To me, that is telling that they want the residents to bear the cost of this because there's no guarantee of any forgiveness on this loan. But we can go out and request dollars for nonprofits that are unknown because they are not to be found, but apparently they have enough power to request dollars from our state representative. So to me, I think it's a fundamental disconnect on who is fighting for the residents and who isn't. So I will be not voting for this because the residents need other folks that are fighting for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
All right, thank you. So just want to reiterate a question that I believe was answered before, but I just want to do it so the entire body can be clear. So if we do not get these funds, what will happen?
So we'll continue to use the Torrey Road booster station as long as we can. We have 2 newer pumps in there that we put in 2012. They don't quite give enough pressure for the west side of town. They keep it substantial, but with the testing that was done, they do recommend bigger pumps. The Northwest transmission main, like I said, that's an old main. When it breaks, it's catastrophic. It's large splits. It's usually a citywide boil water notice. We haven't had one in a couple years, but when it does happen, they're catastrophic.
Okay, so when it happens,
Right.
because it's very old, right?
Yes.
All right, and so it can break, I'm assuming, any day now?
Sure, yes.
Oh, okay. So when it breaks, who's on the hook for paying for that?
The city of Flint.
Okay, and so we have to come up with that money, right, that we don't have.
Correct.
All right, so I guess my main question is this. So if we do not agree to apply for this money, no one said that we're accepting anything. We're applying for the funds to see what's next for the city. So if we don't apply, is it true that the state will still take over and do what they need to do?
So we have been cited the last 2 sanitary surveys as them both being deficient. So that means they recommend that we seek funding to fix them because there will be a failure in the future. So they're warning us and they're putting it in our sanitary survey and letting us know that this is an ongoing issue, that, you know, everything else has been replaced. But these 2 items here are old and deficient and you need to start working on the funding.
Okay, so the state will not just, I guess, come in and basically make us get the funding to get it fixed.
They do have deadlines on the ACO for it, but they are, like Clyde had said in the past, as long as we're making some type of attempts, they will work with us.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for answering those questions. So I just want to clear this up. Councilman Murphy, she's absolutely correct, did not approve this at first. He did not. Until he found out, you know, when we had our closed sessions, he had all the questions that he had answered about this. And then what it boils down to is this is needed. If you live on the west side, this could affect you greatly. And then we'll still have to come up with this money. We still have to get it done. And so this money is just an application. We're just applying for the money to see what we can get, what the terms and agreements are. This is not locking us into anything. Just like when you go to the bank and when you apply for a loan to see how much you're approved for. You understand? No one says that, no, well, now since you apply for this loan, you must get it. That's not, am I correct?
Yes.
All right, so this is just an application. And so if we do not apply, then we won't know. And then we'll still be on the hook for it. So it's good, again, we handle the purse strings of the city, the budget. And so we're putting ourselves in serious financial risk if we don't at least see what we qualify for, see what the terms of agreements are. They may forgive some, I don't know. But this isn't a luxury item. We have an antiquated system. You know, we only see what's above ground. We don't see what's underground. It's a lot of things working underneath the ground to keep the city moving. He just said that the pipe will fail at any minute because it's old. This is what he said. So I'm compelling my colleagues, keep in mind, this isn't locking us into anything. This is just an application. This is just applying for. Councilman Murphy, he changed his mind because it made sense after it was all explained. And so, can we pause my time? Thank you. So this is serious, and thank you so much for letting us know because you are the expert in this. Yes. And so, officer, I don't know
Please
who's
pause the
yelling out
time.
over here. I mean, I'm trying to speak, but I mean, people are yelling.
Audrey Muhammad, that is your first warning. Perfect, because that's your second one. You are removed. Amazing. You are removed. You are being disorderly. You are being disorderly. You are being disorderly. Wonderful. You're being disorderly.
Point of order.
Yes, what is your point?
So my point of order is this, Madam Chair. According to the disorderly person city code subsection, Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. She received that. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. You cannot be disruptive and disorderly as you exit. This is what our residents said that they did not want. So I just wanted to state that for the record again, so the residents as well as the officers will have an understanding. According to our law, our city code subsection, which was not put in place by this body, but it was put in place by everybody before us, and it states that you cannot yell out like that and be disorderly, or you will put yourself in a risk for arrest. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear as I take my last 10 seconds.
Please start our time.
This is just an application, and I compel my colleagues to let's apply and see what happens. It costs us nothing.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Dungy. Mr. Dungy, didn't we already have money set aside, funds set aside for these projects?
I'm not a financial person, so I don't deal with all of the overall funds that come in. I just deal with the water plant itself. You know, the Northwest Transmission Main is a water service center project. So I don't oversee all of the funding that came from the wind and all that.
It seems to me that we had funds set aside for these projects. Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Can you pause her time while we wait for him? Because he's coming from the back.
Can answer my question. Mr. Clyde Edwards might need to come as well.
Mr. Edwards, will you join us? Can we start our time now?
Mr. Moore, it seems to me that we had money set aside for these projects. And Mr. Edwards, maybe you can talk more about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're talking about the water projects or the sewer projects, because we have what is the drinking water SRF, which is the one that is before you, and then there's the clean water SRF. The clean water is where that's the one with the force main, the multiple projects over there that we've completed. We've completed over almost probably close to 200 million in projects at the wastewater plant. And those were the SRFs that we brought before you, but those were clean water versus drinking water SRFs.
Well, I'm talking about the projects that we have in front of us as far as this loan that we're trying to get.
Okay, I'm sorry. Were you referring to the funds related to the wind?
Yes, the
allocations?
wind funds.
I'm sorry. Yeah, all the wind funds were dispersed. This project was not. This project was originally part of it as part of the Arcadis report, which the Arcadis outlined all the projects that needed to be done. But this project was removed. That's prior to this administration. This project was removed from the Arcadis report, from the Arcadis structure. And so subsequently, we did all the projects. We did complete and do all the projects that were related to the Arcadis report.
So the wind funds, I guess, are all depleted, huh?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. I'll yield my time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th Ward.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Edwards. You just spoke to our Arcades report and the fact that this project was taken out. Was it taken out after the report was issued and it was cited, or it didn't even get cited, to your knowledge?
It was taken out It was taken out after the report was completed, submitted to the city of Flint, indicated the structural infrastructure projects that need to be done. That project was moved prior to implementation.
Okay, but we had sort of gotten an assessment whenever it was at that time. We got somewhat of an assessment on this project.
Correct. There's been 3 engineering firms that have been related. This project has always been stalled because of money. I mean, that's the bottom line. It's always been stalled because of funding.
So to that, do you know how long ago? Because we did last week in the meeting get the report from DLZ or whatever.
That's correct.
Do you know when were they commissioned to do their reporting?
This current, you're talking about DLZ just recently?
Yeah, the 300-page report we got last week. When was that one commissioned? Approximately.
Mr. Miller was directly involved in working with them, talking with them, organizing that piece. I would say it's been maybe 3 months, maybe 4.
Okay. And then you spoke to the clean water monies. If there are any monies remaining in that fund, can any of those be allocated towards this or no?
No.
No, not at all. Okay, that's fine. That's fair. So this is one of, and at this point, I'll just be honest to say one of my problems with how this was brought to us. Understanding that DLZ was commissioned to do the report months ago, understanding that the application from the state was opened up back in November, at this point, I see it as inconsiderate, leaning towards disrespectful, to give the council on February 27th it was almost like a surprise, it wasn't public hearing, but we got the report and it wasn't on the original agenda. And then we're told that night, this has to be approved by June 1st. The timing of it all just feels like, why is this council seemingly continuously put in situations where it has to be tonight because the deadline is tomorrow? It causes for what otherwise might be a clean, easy approval. It causes for question because something about it now just don't feel right. So I understand that, I'm sorry, it was Garcia? Dungy, I'm sorry, Mr. Dungy, please, I don't mean to offend, Mr. Dungy. I understand that this is an application for funding, and we may not even be approved. Not a guarantee for approval. So at the point where the ACO was approved by this body, we made a commitment at that point to come up with money. And I guess I'll leave it here. When it got approved by this body, what was the plan?
Seeing as how everyone has had an opportunity to speak in the first round of discussion, I will go ahead and take my time. I do want to point out a couple of things here. One being, I think the statement was made that we had no opportunities to ask questions. It was just accepted at the last minute, that being the administrative consent order. My colleague in the 6th Ward was kind enough to play a video that proved that questions were able to be asked because that was a video of us asking questions. I do also
Point of
want to
order.
point out, go ahead and pause my time.
You're incorrect. That's at the adoption time on September the 23rd. We did not get, that was May 8th.
That is an improper point of order. What rule has been breached? No, that was an improper point of order.
The record for you.
That is an improper point of order. I don't need correction.
Yes, you do.
You are the one who played a video proving that you were not correct in saying that we did not get to ask questions.
September
That is it. This is
23rd.
my time. Come on. As I was saying, we've had that administrative consent order in front of us several times. In addition to it being in front of us several times, we can pull up records that show that Mr. Miller was asked for project updates, and he gave project updates to Councilwoman Burns, who asked for them. And so to say that that administrative consent order was just passed at the last minute is deeply inaccurate. I also want to point out again something that has been stated several times. This is a loan application, meaning we don't even know if we'll actually get it. And if we actually get it, we don't have to accept it. Because if we actually get the loan, does it have to come back in front of council to accept?
Yes.
Okay. And then my next question, and I believe someone asked earlier, was the fact that if we do not even try and apply for this, then that means that's $26 million that's on the residents' backs either way, correct?
The work that is outlined in that project.
Mr. Edwards, could you speak into your microphone?
Yes, I'm sorry. The work that is outlined in that project has to be done. Our system is 100 years old, so.
I completely understand, but my question is, where will the money come from to fix the system?
Out of the general treasury.
Okay, all right. So again, something that the residents will be responsible for either way. Another question. I want to correct something. Mr. Miller was not the DPW director, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we had that clear and correct
request
for
for
the record.
information.
What is your request?
What was his title then, so you can correct it?
I'm actually not asking that question.
I'll
Thank
use
you.
my second
No
round.
problem.
Thank
You are, it's not your time. Again, as I was stating, thank you for starting my time. He was not the DPW director, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and Mr. Edwards, to your best recollection, the ACO was in front of council for months, correct?
That is correct.
And we were able to ask questions on more than one occasion, that is correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Miller gave an update for projects, that is correct?
Yes.
All right, and then also on that video that was played by my colleague, it was the beginning of you starting to say that the state had been working with the city as far as us being behind on deadlines, correct?
Yes, that's right.
All right, and what has been the working relationship with the city and the state as far as this ACO is concerned?
It was put forth as a continued measure. The state is the principal oversight now. I mean, as we all know, the emergency order at the EPA level was canceled. And so the ACO was the agreement that was going to be put in place to comply with EPA standards. So all parties were in agreement, EPA, EGLE, and the city of Flint, on what those standards would be, and that would be the governing document going forward.
All right, so where does the administrative consent order stand as of today?
It is in effect, if that's
Correct, that's what I'm asking you. Thank you. And Mr. Dungy, would you please explain to me, please step forward. You said earlier that the west side of the city, they are not getting they're getting just enough water pressure, correct?
So there are select areas that
Select
during the
areas.
testing they found to have issues.
All right, and when systems do not get adequate water pressure, what becomes the condition of the water?
Well, you have a hard time, supplying residents with proper pressure. They notice low pressure. It's hard to fight fires if you can't get enough water. It's something, we
Thank
have
you.
an
And you
aging-
said that this system is that you're trying to repair specifically is 100 years old, correct?
Yes.
Would you please explain to me what the west side of the city consists of? What streets, what area is that when we speak west side?
So you're talking Ballinger Road. The Torrey Road Booster Station serves the west side of our distribution, which is all El Dorado Drive, Flushing Road, Ballinger.
So El Dorado, Flushing, Ballinger, areas that sometimes are kind of synonymous with being looked at as North End a little bit too, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And so what we're saying here is that we are applying for a loan that is of no pressure to us to make sure that the areas that are on the west side, also can sometimes confused with the north side, get adequate water pressure on a 100-year-old system that can end at any minute. And we've had time to discuss this already. Thank you. I yield my time. We're now moving into the second round of
Madam
discussion.
Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Ms. Towers, can you step to the mic, because I want the record to be clear. On May 8th, we had Mr. Miller, whatever title you want to put him, he was in the acting role of what should have been a DPW director. Are we required to have a DPW director? Per the administrative consent order. Because if not, I'll let you read mine.
Yeah.
Secondly, because I'm gonna tell you, you let her put you in a predicament. May 8th, we asked for questions. We asked questions on May 8th. The update came September 23rd, 2024. Look up the video, because I'm not gonna let her lie on the people in the city that has been poisoned. So September 23rd, when this report came in, Kenneth Miller, DPW manager, director, I don't, whatever his title, but that is the role that he was assuming. He assumed the responsibilities of what our former DPW directors had. That is a fact, period.
No.
Or what was different from it?
I need to, no.
No, correct me then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm correcting you on that. No, there was, the DPW director's full responsibility includes streets and the streets operations.
So what was neglected in his?
He didn't have any control over the street.
Okay, but was he over our water system? Because this report came from him. He handed me this report. And on this day, on September the 23rd, as I walked back there to talk to him, he told me we had 22 projects, 17 projects, 0% were completed. 5 projects were between 20 and 90% completed. On September the 23rd, when we had a council meeting, we didn't get a chance to ask one question about the report he had prepared. Scott Dungy was here, and so was Jeanette Best was here. The video will show that. So upon those projects, we did not have, once we received the updates. Do you recollect? Mr. Edwards?
No, I don't recollect that.
Because you're letting her tell you that this didn't happen.
She made a statement.
You agreed.
She made the statement.
But you agreed.
I agree. I'm not going to fight with the audience.
We don't. It's not my meeting I'm chairing. I'm not the chair.
I'm saying to you that I'm answering your questions, but I'm not going to compete with the audience.
Okay. Well, that's how she chairs her meeting, not me.
What I find amazing is that every time I've asked for the audience to be quiet, the councilwoman in the 6th Ward has voted against it. That's not how I chair my meetings. This is the chaos that you want to cause. Now he's telling you he can't hear you because you are trying to ensue chaos.
Figure it. That's not, you're using your time wrong because you're a liar. And I'm correct. Mr. Edwards, on September the 23rd,
Go ahead, start at 27 seconds.
We did not get a chance to answer one question on this report because they did a call for the question. Look at the video. You agreed to something that's a lie. We are supposed to trust you.
Madam?
Yes.
I agreed that it was presented to you. I didn't say anything about whether you got questions. I agreed that it was presented. It was presented.
And we did
You're
not,
admitting that.
But we
That's
did
all
not
I
ask
know.
questions. And she said, don't roll this back on me.
I don't know
Y'all
if you asked
wrong up here.
questions.
Y'all gave us no opportunity to even go over this before it was voted. When he voted on it, you took the state out of it. Now you want us to put this on the backs of the taxpayers, and you got a $4 million deficit.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Councilman in the 8th Ward.
Madam Chair.
So, I want to be clear to the audience and the residents in a broader perspective. This isn't just us giving the approval to apply for a loan. This is us adopting a 340-page document that I promise you only a few people have read on this council. This is a resolution adopting a final project planning document for water system improvements and designating an authorized project representative. So this is us being forced, we get a report literally due the next day, a 340-page document that we have to, so this is basically ACO times 2. Part of the loan is us approving this document, but this is not only applying for the loan. This is us approving a document that nobody has read. I'm sure Mr. Edwards and Mr. Dungy have potentially read it. I don't know if you have or not. I'm assuming you have. This is mind-boggling. The application process, the notice to the intent to apply for the loan was open in November. Why didn't we put together, because the project plan documents weren't due till June 1st, so why didn't this administration come before this body on November 1st and say, let's submit our intent to apply for these documents, or this loan. And then say, we have DLZ, we're gonna get a report to prepare us for this day, instead of giving it to us on May 27th, the last meeting before the deadline, and saying, the world's gonna end if you don't approve this. We don't know if we're gonna be able to get the loan. We don't know how we're going to pay for it, but the world's going to end if we don't apply. How is that fair to us? To my colleague's point, it's disrespectful, not only to us, but to the residents to say, potentially, you've got 1 hour to determine if we're going to put $30 million on the backs of residents.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
All right, thank you. So, understanding what I hear, we have a few things at play. The first thing is, if the main was to break, well, I'll say when the main is to break, the money, if we do not apply for these funds, then accept them. Accepting, that's a whole nother ballgame. We're talking about just applying. So the money will come out of general fund. Is that what you said, Mr. Edwards?
Yes, or out of the enterprise money, because the main would need to be repaired, yes.
Okay. And so, hold on. So request for information through the chair to Ms. Priestley. I heard you say no.
Yes, none of the general fund money can be used for drinking water or sewer improvements, for water or sewer improvements. That all has come through the enterprise funds.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Priestley. All right, so this main will affect primarily the west side of the city. That's what I hear. So I heard you mention it was Councilman Pfeiffer's area, and then also Councilwoman Burns' area, and then so if that main was to burst, it'll pretty primarily affect their constituents, right? I mean, their residents.
Point, request for information.
What is your request?
My request is, does she know that it's also her ward, Wabash Street, 2nd Ward?
Councilwoman.
Thank you, and I definitely appreciate that, because that confirms my yes vote. Because what I don't want to do, I don't want the people on Wabash Street to have to go through I don't want the people on Wabash Street to have to go through any kind of water uncertainty, when the only thing we have to do is apply for the funding and see what they say in terms of the application for the funding. I want to do all things necessary to protect the residents in the second ward. And also realize that in 2026, whoever's in this seat, they will take on a big portion of the Ballinger area, the northern area. So I don't want to leave them with the mess. And so I'll be remiss not to support the application of this because it affects my ward. But if it didn't affect my ward, I would definitely vote with my colleagues in the 8th ward and in the 6th ward, and I would say no. But because it does, I'm going to say yes. Now, if the 8th ward and the 6th ward, if you have an issue with making sure that this major main is maintained, please reach out to your council people. But as for the 2nd ward, I'm going to do my small part where the main is affecting the 2nd ward. This is why I'm voting yes. I'm voting yes to apply for the funding to see what we qualify for and all the perks and benefits thereof. In an ideal world, things will happen on time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th ward.
The fact of the matter is that these projects do need to be completed. And that's per Eagle as well as the EPA, correct?
Yes.
So this is a mechanism by which we may be able to pay for them. And if we don't apply for these funds, we don't get them. That's end of story. And I'm not willing to put this on the backs of the water customers to pay for it in full if we have a catastrophic failure in our system. Nor do I want to put any fines that we may be charged for failure to do this on the backs of our residents. So I am definitely going to vote for this. I've supported it. Now, I will agree with the councilman in the 9th ward about the timing. Too often we get these things at the last minute. That's not on you, Mr. Dungy. I don't know where in the administration, but I know it's not on you. But we really need to have these on a timely basis. So, and this is not something new. This is not something that we haven't said before, but it seems like it's a consistent, we need this signed immediately, we need this signed immediately, we need this signed immediately. But this, sometimes signing it immediately, even though it's at the last minute, is the best thing to do. And so I'm going to go ahead and vote for this. But I do want to caution the administration for sending things up again at the last minute with the last meeting in order to approve it before the deadline. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, on Monday when this came up, there was a motion to suspend it indefinitely because, if I understood correctly, when the motion was originally made, there was a belief that we'd already passed the application deadline. And then there was some conversation, well, we might not be past the deadline, and maybe a little bit more to it than that. Can you tell me, when is the deadline for the loan application?
The deadline for the loan application was June 1st.
June the 1st. Okay.
But, however, I will just say that Eagle has been working with us.
Okay.
Yes.
And to speak a little bit to what the councilman in the 8th ward brought up, Eagle didn't necessarily do us any favors in this resolution because since you all have been up there, we've been talking about a loan, applying for a loan, applying for a loan. Nothing on this resolution speaks to a loan. Now, is there, to your knowledge, in the report that we are adopting here, the final project plan for DLZ, in that 300 plus pages, does it speak specifically to the loan application, to your knowledge?
Yes.
It does.
The document, let me say this so that this will be clear. I'm not going to talk about the resolution, and I'm not going to talk, the understanding is that it is the drinking water SRF is a loan. It's a 2.2% loan as it stands right now. This is not for just our municipality, it's for all municipalities that apply for this particular loan to do infrastructure projects.
Okay. Yeah, I hear you, and I can see, because the title of DWSRF, Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, and I get that.
The revolving fund is the key
loan.
word.
Yes, I get that. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? Ms. Winfrey Carter, you have time, as well as Mr. Alameen. Mr. Alameen?
Madam Chair.
You have the floor.
Mr. Edwards, just want to clarify a couple things. You said this is just an application to see if we get approved, correct?
That is correct.
And then if it doesn't get passed or we don't find the funding, this will at some point affect our residents? Or will it
will be
affect the
a
residents?
project that needs to still be fulfilled, whether we fulfill it with this particular source of revenue or we fill it with some other.
Okay. I am in agreement with some of what my colleagues said about timing, because I really haven't had an opportunity to read all the parts to this myself, and then when we get it, the timing was kind of like rushed. But I think it'll be definitely a disservice if
Please
we at
pause
least
the
don't
time. Excuse me. You cannot walk across. We are in the middle of. You cannot walk across. We're in the middle of handling a resolution. I understand, but I'm informing you that you cannot. No, you're fine. I'm just informing you. Yep.
I just needed some clarity on that. Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Seeing as how everyone has taken their time in the second round, I will go ahead and take my time in the second round. Just for clarification, this resolution, which is 250173-T, says that is a resolution resolving that the city of Flint formally adopts said project planning document and agrees to implement the select alternative improving existing infrastructure, and further resolving that the city administrator, a position currently held by Clyde D. Edwards, is designated as the authorized representative for all activities associated with the project referenced above, including the submittal of said project planning document as the first step in applying to the state of Michigan for a drinking water state revolving fund loan to assist in the implementation of the selected alternative. So the way that this resolution reads is that the entity that is attempting to come up with the that we're hiring to come up with the project planning document, that means that they're coming up with more than just us applying for this fund, correct? There's supposed to be options, right, as to what the city as to what the city is supposed to do if we do get the loan and if we do not get the loan, correct?
I'm not aware if that is in the
Okay.
project plan itself.
Okay.
They developed the project plan.
Right,
That
and
was
so
their
can
main-
you, and I know he gave a presentation, so give a brief synopsis of what the project plan is.
So the project plan would be to replace the two remaining sections of the northwest transmission main and to thoroughly restore the Torrey Road Booster Station with a complete rebuild.
Mr. Dungy, how long have you worked for the city of Flint?
Since September of '97.
Do you think this is a good idea for us to adopt this today?
Yes.
Mr. Moore, how long have you worked in finance?
I've worked in finance my whole life. I've worked for the city of Flint.
No,
for
just
21
how long have you worked in finance? We know you haven't been here long.
I've worked my entire life, probably 40 years.
40 years, thank you. Do you suggest that we adopt this today?
This is the cheapest money you're going to find for doing the project.
This is the cheapest that we're going to find for what?
This is the cheapest money that you're going to be able to borrow for this project. There's no other
Okay,
source
this is the
cheaper.
cheapest plan that we're going to be able to borrow. I understand. Mr. Edwards, how long have you worked in government? Because you've also worked at the state level, so you're not new to the government, you're not new to policy, you're not new to making tough decisions, you're not new to making decisions on behalf of the city of Flint, because in your other position, before this one, when you worked at a higher level of government, you were involved in making decisions for the city of Flint. How long have you worked in government?
39 years.
39 years. Do you suggest that we adopt this today?
Yes, for the same reason that the CFO said.
Correct. So, everyone that is standing before us is in agreement today that this 100-year-old system that is applying spotty pressure to certain parts of the city needs to be repaired, and that this is the best alternative that we're going to come up to, whether it has to be with the residents taking. All right, this is the roll call vote to adopt, we're in a council meeting, so to approve Resolution 250173-T, which is the adoption of a final project planning document, water system improvements, designating authorized project representative. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Mr. El Alamin,
Yes.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
No.
Ms. Burns,
No.
Ms. Machette,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
No.
Mr. Jarrett.
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
Can you please say that roll call to vote again?
4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. Resolution 250173-T fails. Moving on to Resolution 250188-T, which is the approving of $25,000 for emergency funding for Flint Genesee Job Corps Center. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the second ward.
I would like to approve that resolution.
There's been a motion on the floor to approve this resolution. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there discussion in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the sixth ward, you have the floor.
who's over this project?
Excuse me, Mr. Edwards.
Seamus is.
Okay, Mr. I think he might have left.
Who would
Oh,
be
he
the
stepped
wa-
out. So can we pause her time? So who would be able to speak to this? Not this Mr. Dungy. This is yeah. All right, please start her time.
Mr. Edwards, we all heard about what happened with Job Corps, and I have gotten a barrage of phone calls from my residents, because when they come for roofs, it falls on deaf ears. And how do we pay, how are we getting this money to, and it was at $25,000 to these people who are Job Corps immediately, because they need immediate help? So how are we getting this to them? Because I know stuff don't come here immediately. So how is that going to be facilitated to be done expeditiously?
You mean if you approve it, are you talking about the actual dispersing of it?
Of course, approval. Well, we're going to put money in their hands that's going to help those young people. And how many of them are there?
That would be a question for
Seamus.
Yes.
Okay, so Seamus isn't here. Is he gone home for the evening, or?
No, he stepped out. He had a family matter.
So, well, if he can't answer the questions, I'm not going to vote on this, because we don't have anyone who can answer it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th ward.
So, Mr. Edwards, I believe that a judge put a TRO on the temporary restraining order against eliminating the funding for Job Corps. And the court date is June 17th on that. So with that TRO, is this funding even needed?
No, to your point, that's a possibility that it probably can be delayed, as you pointed out. I wasn't aware of that particular court action, but as you pointed out, this could possibly be delayed until that time, till the decision is made by the courts.
Okay, I yield.
Thank you. Anybody else in the first round of discussion?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
All right, thank you so much. So understanding that this need, I know that it was a text that went forward, and it had different community leaders on it, and we were able to jump into action. And so what we did, working with the different departments.
Is the time
here-
going? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so what we did, working with the city, we were able to triage this process, and I believe Ms. Burns was included on the text. And so we were able to triage this process. And so what we saw was that we have approximately, I'll say 15 to 20 residents that are homeless. And right now we're talking about residents that had Job Corps as their primary address, as well as we're looking at individuals that are coming from other campuses back home to Flint, because Job Corps encouraged you to go to a campus outside of your city. And so what they did was they identified those 15 to 20 students. It's still in flux until we find out who's coming back. And they identified housing. They identified resources and organizations that are looking to support. A lot of people jumped in, and they were saying that they wanted to help. And I would like to commend the residents for stepping in. We had all kind of people with rental property saying, how can we help? We had all kind of residents offering up food and meals and so forth. And I would like to read this. This came in from a resident who was at Job Corps. And they said, hey, I was texting you because I'm a student at the Flint Genesee Job Corps and just seeing your comment on this post. It was sent to me and I needed help or resources, at least for tonight. I'm 23 and I have nowhere to go. I have a car, no gas, so I'm at the gas station in Flint. I have no family or anything here. I just need some help for tonight. And so it's imperative that we utilize our funds for this. And so we were able to identify some opioid dollars, and we're talking about that 30% from the opioid dollars that can be used for whatever. They came for the body before, and they broke down, per the Attorney General, 70% of the opioid dollars must be used for opioid funding. The other 30% is discretionary. And so we were using $25,000 of that discretionary funding to support our Job Corps students. And so I would like to encourage my colleagues to note that information, keep it in mind, and to support this as we support our students that were unjustly kicked out and just given just a few days' notice. They were given less than a week notice. Now, we're not even addressing the fact that a lot of people are unemployed. We're talking about just the students that, people have been working there for 20 years plus. Now their job has come to an end. But we want to make sure that we address the students and that we provide them support and resources so they can move on and move forward wherever their education or travels may lead them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
I heard fourth ward first.
So, Mr. Pfeiffer talked about the judge blocking the Trump administration effort. It just hit Rotors.
45 minutes ago.
Yeah, 45 minutes ago. So there was no time for that. You probably didn't even know. I wouldn't have known if he hadn't said anything. So, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to close. It's just that they're going to appear on June 17th. And I know that a lot of this funding is coming from grants. Is that correct?
Yes.
The 25,000?
Correct.
Are we able to say who the philanthropic partners and other community groups are going to be helping to support this effort?
Our Office of Public Health Manager has been meeting since this news broke out with potential community partners to help step in. The idea with this injection emergency fund is that we give those potential 10 to 20 students, is the number I've been given, between 10 and
Yeah, that's
20,
the number I've heard.
that could be displaced, to give them more time to be able to find alternative arrangements or possibly stay on site where they are right now. I know that's another thing we've been looking at to help towards keeping them there. So just initially they were supposed to be out, I think June 30th was the deadline initially, and that changed in very short notice period of
Right.
time. They were able to place, I think, about 130 something students, because there's 147 total, but there is between 10 and 20 that will be displaced if there wasn't an injection of cash. I was not aware, as Mr. Pfeiffer mentioned, about this. If it's brand new news, that's news to me. If you want us to hold this, we can hold this for now, but until we see what happens, I'm not sure what's going to happen with this verdict, if it's going to keep the funding, if I know nothing about that other than the plan of what our plan is now.
Right. Okay. So I think that the Job Corps residents, students have done great things in this city.
I
They've
agree.
helped in cleanups, they've helped in building stuff, working in different organizations, assisting them with whatever they need, as well as learning, getting educated, their high school education. So I think that it's a big blow to the city and their youth, and the youth that come here. In case, for those people who don't know, Allie Herkenroder, who was a past council president and council member here, came to Flint via Job Corps, and she fell in love with the city as a result of being a member of that organization. So this ruling kind of throws everything up in the air a little bit, as everything that's happening with the Trump administration tends to do, and when the courts get involved. So I'm going to wait until the second round to decide what I'm going to do. Thank you.
Councilman in the first ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, Job Corps is exceptional for empowering our youth, especially those from underserved communities. It provides the education, training, and support, along with that housing piece that breaks the cycle of poverty and so forth. When you look at, I see it was 147 students that's been impacted, and they were able to leverage some. I think Shane just said, did you say 130?
Yeah, I think out of those 147, in and around 130 have either moved back to where they came from. I'm
So
not
I
sure.
do want to
Thank you.
correct, 125.
125? Okay. We already have a serious homeless problem in the community as it is. And to leave these kids hanging out there to fend for themselves, and as you mentioned, some that don't even live here and don't have the support as some other people may have, I think we'll be doing definitely a disservice if we don't support them with this 25, just to give them shelter until we figure out what's going to happen moving forward with the Job Corps and funding and so forth. And so for that reason, I definitely will be supporting this, because we don't want to see our young people, we already got enough issues going on with homelessness and what that breeds and drives as well. So to leave these kids out here, I think we'll be definitely doing a disservice. So thank you, I'll be supporting this.
Thank you. Anybody else in the first round of discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fifth ward.
Through you to Mr. Bannon. Now, I will support any actions we take as a municipality to support Job Corps. However, I did just get a text about it's on hold, for now. So I would think that we would hold off until it's necessary for us to do something. Their funding is still continued, I guess, until they go to court.
Can I
Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion, if I may? Can I make a
Yes.
suggestion? Okay. Is it possible that we could maybe make an amendment based on the result of the stay, so that at least it can be voted on tonight, and then if the funding is needed, we utilize it. If it's decided where the funding is no longer taken away, they actually will continue to be funded, that there's no need for this. Just so that we have
Yeah.
something ready, so that we don't have to come back, and, the sooner we are able to get the money to help the people is my point.
Yeah, I have no problem with that, but I will yield.
Thank you.
My time and let my other colleagues speak.
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Councilman in the Ninth Ward, you are the only one left besides myself. All right, so I'm going to take my time in the first round of discussion. I am reading the report that did just come out about 45 minutes ago. It says that the Labor Department is announcing the end of the program, said it was not cost effective, all of that. And then as far as the actual court stuff, it says U.S. District Judge Andrew Carter in Manhattan issued a temporary restraining order in a lawsuit filed by a trade group representing contractors that operate Job Corps centers. Carter ordered the government not to terminate Job Corps contractors or stop work at Job Corps centers until a further ruling in the case, and he ordered the Labor Department to appear at a court hearing on June 17th. So that we're working with two things being true here at once, right? This was just ordered today, but unfortunately, Flint Job Corps shut down already. They already sent 125 students back home. And so that's where we got the numbers from them, that 125 students have already been back home. 10 to 20 are currently displaced because they are not from here. And so we're running into a concern of, we don't know, again, because they have to appear June 17th. So we don't know if that means Flint Job Corps will reopen, if they will allow the students to stay. We have no idea if that means, because we don't know what's going to happen with the ruling on the 17th. What we do know right now is that 10 to 20 people are considered homeless as of right now. I do agree with my colleagues about the language should be, please pause my time. What's your request?
Didn't mean to interrupt,
Mm-hmm.
but didn't Mr. Bannon say that they have housing until June 30th?
No, they don't.
No, what if I can
What was the June 30th date that you said?
That was the initial, a while back, that was the initial date where
Right, so
Job
if
Corps
we would
were
start
going
my
to
time
close.
back.
That was the initial time where Job Corps was supposed to be closed.
So-
And then just last week it was said, no, we're closing immediately.
Right. And so again, 125 students were sent home immediately. We have 10 to 20 that are displaced. I know we're working with some entities to see if we can get them somewhere to stay. However, those entities, there are costs associated with this, right? So you're running into the fact that you have 10 to 20 people that are displaced. They have no toiletries, no food. Like, there are several different layers that go into this, in addition to them needing housing. And so what I would suggest that we do as a body, because I do also agree, because we don't know what is going to happen on the 17th, that maybe we work together right now to amend the wording in a way that makes sense, that this 25,000 is approved on a contingent basis, and not only that, but it's not released all at once. So we know that they're currently displaced at least until the 17th. And so maybe there's some funding that can be placed with them until the 17th. And then after the 17th, we figure out, we see what the court rules, and if people go back to the Job Corps centers, fine. Whatever amount of money that was not spent, it cannot be spent for any other reason, and it goes back to wherever we're taking it from here at the city. But if on the 17th we find that they are still displaced, then that plan goes forward with them getting the rest of the 25,000. I would also ask, though, that as we're taking a look at this and we're saying that we want to help them, because again, I think the sentiment up here for everyone is that we do want to help them. We're in the middle of some times where we are in deep uncertainty about what's going to happen. I would ask, though, even if we do amend this tonight and say we will release a certain amount of funds to the 17th, is that we release them with the contingency also that we get a plan for what that money is going to go to and why, and that we get a plan here at least by Friday. And because I already know there are some things that are already in the works. And so now that you have new information, I'm assuming that we will see a plan A of this is how we were going to move forward with that 25, and these are the partners that have approached us and we have approached and we're in agreement with. And then a plan B of, okay, well, till June 17th, this is how they will be housed. This is what we'll be using money for, food, clothing, whatever the essentials are. And then if on the 17th, they are allowed to go back to Job Corps, fine, that remaining money will be returned. Or if they're not allowed to go back to Job Corps, then that remaining money will be used for A, B, C, and D. Is that a fair thing to ask that you can assess?
Yes.
Okay. And so we're moving into our second round of discussion. I have like 46 seconds left, but if my colleagues would like, if somebody wants,
Madam Chair.
okay, to, oh, go ahead, Councilwoman Burns.
We're in the second round.
I was gonna say if we wanted to pause our second round and see if we could work out something really quickly with each other.
I didn't get a
No?
chance to talk to Seamus,
Okay,
and I've
no
got some
problem.
questions.
No problem. Okay, so we're gonna move forward with the second round of discussion. Councilwoman Burns has the floor.
Seamus, so how will you get this money to
I'm
them?
sorry, I can't hear you, Councilwoman.
How will you get the money to them?
In how will we?
How are we
Yeah,
getting,
so we.
and how
so-
long will it take?
Right. So if the plan was going forward that it would be approved this evening, we have meetings tomorrow. We met with somebody from Job Corps today, but we have meetings tomorrow with all these potential entities that would be able to help in and step
How many
in helping us.
students?
I think
So-
I think the number is 15. I'm hearing different numbers, but I believe
And
it's
so
15.
how much are you planning on giving each child?
We're not going to give
Or
money to the students directly. The idea is that we would give it to the service providers to offer the service to them,
are the
or we would keep them at Job Corps. The main aim would be to keep them at the building till June 30th and just pay Job Corps to keep them there.
Who are the service providers?
I don't know who she's meeting with. It's Shebra is our Office of Public Health Manager. I don't know who she's meeting with. I know we talked to hospitals. I know we talked to U of M. I know we talked to, there's one or two others, but I'm not clear on the names of them. I just know that the main idea
So
would
we
be to
don't-
keep them at Job Corps.
So we don't have this yet. So, and I know my time is limited. So my other question is, so this is a federally funded program. Has anyone talked to our Congresswoman McDonald Rivet? Because she has something that she's doing this Saturday to ask for funds. Has anyone talked to our state representative Cynthia Neely?
Yes,
Has
yes.
anyone talked to Senator Peters? And Senator Slockin, too? Because, I mean, this should not just be, people come to get everything done, and I get they have an emergency, but we have limited funds. We have limited. It's like we're a carcass and people want to pick the bones. And I get that this needs to be done, but did we go to the government who has way more than we got?
I can answer you if that's, I can answer you. Yes, we have reached out to
And
them
what did
down
they
there.
say?
And we're waiting for them to get back with us. This was only last week. This was only
something this Saturday at Job Corps. Congresswoman McDonald Rivet has something this Saturday. Do you have a deadline?
All I'm saying is we have reached out to them
Okay.
in Washington D.C. and that's all I can say. We have reached out for help.
Okay.
So yes is the answer.
Okay. And so we haven't heard back, and we don't know who are the organizations that are going to be sponsoring the young people, the 15.
So like I said, the main aim will be to keep them at Job Corps if we could, as possible. Keep them there
and
so they
we're-
have a
and with
place
the-
there.
And I got a lot of reservations about that.
Thank
well,
you. Is there anyone else who
especially
wishes
with
to have the
the
floor in the second round of discussion? Councilman in the 8th Ward.
Here we are starting the fun again. How much, how did we come up with $25,000?
That's a good question. We just wanted to be able to give them something to get them over, we believe, till the end of the month. As
So-
an emergency injection based on what we heard was the needs, and that was the number that came up. Nobody came up to us, I'll tell you, nobody came up to us with an itemized A, B, C, what would be needed, and we came to $25,000. It was based on the needs, based on what was said, 25,000 was the figure that could help them get through to the original deadline of June 30th, and then from there they would have going where they would have gone with the original plan of closing.
Okay. I don't have a problem postponing it. Obviously, the TRO is a different animal, and even though the court date is on the 17th, that doesn't mean that the judge is going to rule on the 17th. But in the scheme of things, how much of this will be paid to the service providers as a administrative fee versus how much will go directly to the services? I know you don't have an itemized, so you probably can't answer it.
I'd be advocating all of it goes straight to the students. I'll put that on the record. We would want to make sure as administration
you've been
that it goes to
advocating,
students.
but that doesn't mean that it's.
I'm just telling you
Yeah.
what I want to see happen.
And you've been talking with different service providers. If they're going to be in the Job Corps building, can you tell me how the logistics work of?
I personally haven't been talking to them. I know that our public health manager has been talking to them.
So you said you've been talking with the hospital and who else?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
You said you've been talking to hospitals?
I believe this healthcare providers is what I meant to say. Health providers.
So how is a healthcare provider going to provide? What services are they going to provide for housing?
Again, you'd have to ask our Office of Public Health manager, that specific one.
Okay. Yeah, I'll vote to postpone it, but I'm not ready to approve this tonight. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
Through you to Mr. Bannon. So let me get this straight. You don't know the organizations, the other organizations that's putting towards this crisis for Job Corps?
All I'm relaying, and I'm sorry I keep repeating myself, is our Office of Public Health manager. This has only been very quickly. It's only been this week, right? We've been dealing with a lot this week, but our Office of Public Health manager has reached out to community organizations to see who would be willing to step in and help in this situation, in this environment, because it is an emergency. And that's all I know. The only names I've heard is U of M. Sorry? That's the one I know of.
So this is another case of you all coming to us unprepared, without the answers. I mean, and the thing about this is another case too of a resolution thrown onto us, given to us with no plans, no plans. You don't even know who is the person that's taking care of this resolution. Who is the health?
Our Office of Public Health manager person didn't feel safe coming
So
here
she's
tonight.
not here
She didn't feel
tonight?
safe coming here tonight.
She's not here tonight.
Yeah.
Is she here?
No, you're all right. You're all right. If I may,
Yes.
Councilwoman. Yeah, no, she is not here. She is a new person to this whole arena. So that event that took place, we'll just call it an event that took place, did do a little to shake her up. She's been here only 2 weeks. So that was an event that event left an impression on her. She's very much interested in staying in this job. I interviewed her myself. She's an excellent person, and she comes out of working with She comes out of working with over there with Senator Ananek in that program. But she is committed. She enjoys the work. But yes, that event did shake her up a
Okay.
bit. So she was given that option for today.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. So if she couldn't be here, how come she couldn't give the information to someone because she knew, or you guys knew, that you would be presenting this tonight to council and we were gonna ask questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
So, the series of events happened kind of quick. It wasn't like we had a lot of time. They dropped the order that the kids had to leave, then they start packing people up. It happened that fast. So I don't want my colleagues to get the wrong impression that they've been sitting on this. And just like I said, Councilwoman Burns, she received a text calling us to action immediately this weekend. So some of us, we sprung into action. And this is the action. And so, working with this, I can answer some of these questions. So we asked about some of the organizations that are helping. Crossover Ministries, they're on standby. R.L. Jones Center, they have offered. Other local churches, including Christian Faith Love Center, they have offered. The Greater Flint Health Coalition, they also said that they'd be a partner as well. We have a lot of nonprofit organizations that have stepped up. And they didn't mention any fiduciary fees. The key is to make sure we get these students stable, because we do not need any more people homeless on the streets. We have people sleeping in different parking lots at the mall. And we don't want people's future to be in flux just because they didn't present in a timely manner to us. This is an untimely event. Job Corps been around for 31 years. I'm talking about in the city of Flint. Came here in 1994. And so since they've been here that long, in less than a week, they decided to dissolve it and kick the people out. So this is a matter of urgency. This is not a hand clapping moment. These are students' lives. The community, they're watching. The community, they're asking for us to do this. You all heard the text message that I read on the record. This is important, not just to us, but for these young people that decided that they were going to better themselves through Job Corps and have their security snatched directly from under them. $25,000 is a small amount. And also, so they're in talk with the U of M Flint to make sure that they secure apartments, 4 apartments with 4 students per apartment. And then they also agreed that Job Corps will be providing 4 staff to be on site for the students. So this is worked out. When we just open our mind and our hearts to the greater situation, we can make things happen. But I don't want, because I'm not homeless. And so I don't want to not assist individuals that are not, if we have the resources. This is not their doing. So let's make sure that we're supporting our youth. This is what our community said. They want support for the youth. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th ward.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Bannon. We were just shared a list of some community partners that have come together in a text chat or what have you. Do you know if that entire group and their resources have been made available to the city of Flint for partnership?
I guess, as I said, our Office of Public Health Manager has been in contact with numerous organizations.
Request for
and I wish
information.
he was here tonight.
Please pause the time. What is your request?
So I just named the organizations that were assisting.
Point of order.
Please, what is your point of order?
That was the improper. It wasn't even posed as a question.
Mr. Jarrett has the floor. He can decide whether he wants to respond to you or not. Please make sure we're posing it. Questions. Thank you.
And that's-
Please start the time.
Thank you.
Request for
And that's-
information, Mr. Jarrett.
Please pause the
Go ahead,
time.
Madam Chair.
What is your
Madam Chair.
request?
So, Mr. Jarrett, are you aware that Crossover Outreach Ministries, the R.L. Jones Center, the Greater Flint Health Coalition, as well as Christian Faith Love Center and other churches, as well as the U of M Flint, they have agreed to supply resources to help the students?
Thank you. Councilman in the 8th Ward, please keep the time paused. Councilman in the 8th Ward, you had a point of order. What is your point of order? All right, so the reason I'm going to rule that that was proper is because the information she gave may help him with his next vote. Please allow Mr. Jarrett to decide whether he wants to tell her yes or no, and he can continue his time however he desires. Please start his time.
I appreciate, again, the list. What I'm trying to confirm is that that list has been brought to the city, and they are part of a citywide collective and not just a over here community group. But I understand that's not you tonight. So my other question is, if I understand, there is a meeting tomorrow which may include some of those organizations, and what I'm trying to understand and would like to know is what resources they are willing to bring versus what resources they're looking to manage if they are provided in this $25,000 RFP resolution. Because I too, when you said service providers, that was like, ooh, that's not a word I want to hear, because typically that comes with some type of administrative fee associated. So if more of the service can be provided by these organizations in collaboration in kind, yay. But if the organizations are only in, because I also heard earlier something about persons who own rental properties and being willing to use those, again, a willingness to use them or have them be used versus donating are two different things. So I would want to hear and understand. And again, I also get that they have a business that they're trying to run. So yeah, we'll let them run it, but to be able to understand where the balance is what I would like to understand further.
All right, is there anyone else in the second round? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Through you to Mr. Edwards, is it possible that if we postpone this resolution to the end of the agenda, that you can get some of those answers for us tonight?
Yeah, we will make the effort.
Okay. Okay, so I make a motion to postpone this.
We're in the middle of a second round. Everyone has not had an opportunity to speak.
They have had it as. Okay.
That's taking the floor. I mean.
I make a motion to postpone this to finance.
Yeah, that's her next. She said for tonight.
Because we have finance after this.
Yeah, but some of the questions ain't gonna come until tomorrow. What about the plan for an emergency meeting, Judy? We'll come in for that.
I have things to going on.
It has, but they're having a whole discussion.
We can get our information.
Request for.
There has to be a.
What is your request for information?
So, is it possible for us to postpone this to special affairs to give the lady the new navigator?
There's a motion on the
lady,
floor and it's been
the public health specialist. Sorry, I don't want to call her that. The public health specialist, an opportunity to come here and let us know.
I don't know what y'all doing because I'm not voting for it because I wanted my second round. So I don't care what y'all do.
Point of order.
It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Dr. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machette?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no.
I'm sorry, did Mr. Alameen vote?
Mr.
No.
5 yes, 3 no.
Ms. Winters Hall, please stop yelling out. The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. This has been postponed until tonight's finance meeting. We are moving on to Resolution 250160-T, which is the adoption of fiscal year 2026 City of Flint budget. What is the pleasure, of the body? This is the final resolution for this special meeting. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Motion to approve.
There's been a motion to approve. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Is there discussion?
Budget.
The budget now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman in the 8th Ward, you asked for the floor.
Yep. So I'm going to make the same amendments that I made the other night, and if they're not supported, then I will just be ready to vote on the budget in its entirety. At this point, if the other colleagues aren't willing to make necessary cuts, and then if needed, the administration can bring forth budget amendments to support their individual projects or whatever they want to do. But if they want to hang the entirety of the employees and the residents to make sure that they have their pork in the budget, I guess we'll see how the vote goes. But if the First Amendment fails, then let's just vote on the whole thing and see how it goes, because I'm not going to sit here and waste all my night and make amendments if they're just going to be voted down when it's clear that we can get through a budget, and I'm willing to vote for a budget, but it needs to be a balanced budget. So my eyes of a balanced budget, and I know there's other verbiage, my eyes of a balanced budget, and the way every person on this council and every audience and resident in the city is, you can't spend more than you bring in. And it's clear that they are only using the balanced budget verbiage because of the $40 million ARPA transfer. So they are balancing their budget because of ARPA funds. That is a fact. So I'll let my other colleagues speak in the first round, and then we'll make amendments. And then, obviously, if the amendments fail, then I will stop making amendments, and we'll just vote and see how the vote goes.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to speak in the
Chair.
first round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, Mr. Edwards, and Paul, could you have them come to the left?
Yes, would you please? I believe she asked for Mr. Moore, Mr. Edwards, and Paul. I'm not sure of your last name, Mr. Paul.
So with this, because everything we have voted on has been voted down, it has not received 5 votes. So we did receive, and I don't know, Ms. Gurley, did we get, because I didn't get my computer died in the process.
I did send it to you. I know the internet has been spotty here in the chambers, but the amendments from the letter that was submitted to council on Monday included cuts of $700,000 from the district court budget.
Yeah, I don't have that one. Could we get those printed out?
Sure.
If you, because and no one has, I didn't bring my, it's dead. So if Mr. Moore, so you, police 500,000, fire 400, city council 33,000, our travel budget, that's gonna get some opposition. So that was a total of 933,000. Then you had a total of 895,942 from other positions that are currently vacant, which gave us 1.8 million in cuts. So if we're looking at, and this is what you guys sent, I don't have the other one, but to review it, but I will review it while we have this meeting.
A point of information, I'm going to go ahead and send
So
it to the printer.
I'm going
I'm gonna send it
to
to the printer.
acknowledge you first.
I'm sorry. Yes.
So, and here's the thing. All the formalities for me, I just want to, thank you for answering, Judy. I just want to let's get down to it. So is there any, show me where, or if you can tell me where in the budget that you see we can reach the 4 million. Other areas, because that's, and I guess I have to look at that. And if Jonathan, if you grabbing stuff off of the printer, I got some stuff on there already, the Arcadis report. So tell us where you feel that we can take more to equal that, because you see day-to-day operations. So you should be able to best tell us where you feel we can take the cuts once we get the other money back in later, amend the budget to accept it, and then go from there. Tell us where do you see it, or Paul or Clyde, because I am also in agreement that when we're listening to the budgets, we still don't know what everyone does in the mayor's office. We don't, unless I missed it in my email, the list of what people get, the list of their salaries, I don't see it. So tell us where you would like to see, or if we not like to see, but we may have to make these cuts.
Well, the city currently has 85 vacant positions.
Okay.
And that is very typical. We usually bounce between 85 and 100 vacant positions any day, any month during the year. Historically, we have always budgeted for 100% of all the positions being occupied.
So some of these, like, I'm not willing to, and people don't know, we really don't have secretaries. We are our own secretary. So I don't know how, I'm not approving to limit any city council administrative secretary or city clerk's record, because those are very limited departments, very. And so you're saying, what other areas? And you didn't print us off a line, you have the line item, right?
We do have line item budgets, yes.
I need that, because with you telling me it's just not working. I mean, when we ask, I would, and we probably, if the budget tonight, these are limited, I need that.
Okay.
I want the line item so I can look at it. I don't mind reading, because this is not satisfactory to me for us to get this. And we know that according to the city charter, that when it is budget time, that first Monday, that the administration is to, according to page 61, Article 7, present us with a balanced budget.
The balanced budget is based on the state law. The
Okay.
state law says that you take revenues plus fund balance less expenditures.
Okay.
And that's what we have done.
Yeah.
Now, the budget that we have presented was prepared in March. There have been a number of items that we did not know in March that we know today.
Right.
That are going to be increasing either revenues or decreasing expenditures. And those factors will have made the budget much more positive. I'm personally convinced that the budget is going to be adding money to the fund balance, not subtracting from it.
When that money comes in,
because we
I will
don't
be
have any factors.
enthusiastic then.
We don't have any factors for vacancies. We assume that the budgets, all the positions are filled 100% of the time. And we know that's not going to be the case, and that is not the case.
So, again, where do you think we could cut for 4 million?
I think if you look at the if you look at the letter that we sent you,
Thank you.
it is more than, let's see, I'll have to add it, let's see, be 9, 6, 7. It's over 2 million.
Yeah, this is the same one we got. Yeah. This is the same thing. Judy, did I give you mine? Yeah, we on, everybody on my side.
Can we,
We're fine, we're
fine.
fine.
You sure?
I'm sure.
All right.
Mr. Moore.
But if you take the cuts that we have presented, if you factor in that when we presented the budget, we did not know that we'd be able to collect some income tax revenue that we were unaware who owed and how much. We now have that information. The state's estimating we should be able to collect $2 million, and I'm a little bit more skeptical. First year we ought to plan for less than that, but that's still going to be a positive. We're going to have some revenue from that.
When will we have that?
Pardon? That it's not in the budget right now because we did not know that existed or that opportunity was going to exist when we presented it.
It is difficult to understand you, Mr. Moore. It really is. So, Paul, quick question. So,
RL, you got to stop yelling out.
So, with the budget, when will we? So, do you see areas as the deputy? Because generally, a deputy and a deputy and then a director, you may have a different eye for numbers. Do you see any departments that will, until we balance when we get in our grants? Because literally, I believe someone just sent me an article before my computer died. I guess Governor Whitmer said there's going to be more cuts or things to the government. I am really concerned with, as much as this administration is gutting things, where are these grants that we are expecting money to come from? I'm not. Where was your eye if you would see? Because this one that we got with the 500 total, like 1.8 million, which are potential. One was in capital it's in capital projects. That was to be. Well, I don't know how City Council is a capital project for travel. I mean,
the cut from City Council before capital purchases.
That's it. Yeah, so that was
historically the City Council has had a budget for capital items, but you haven't spent very much.
Oh, okay. So City Council had a budget for that.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And so, I think you need to get to what would be the $4 million. And then we get a budget passed. And I know my colleagues want to go over a couple more things, but if you could email me the budget. How many pages is it?
Oh, it'll be, I don't know how many pages. It's big. We have a lot of account numbers.
Like 300?
Line.
Pages, I would say we're probably looking at 85, 90 pages.
By 85?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, but that's fine.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
So, in the charter, it says the City of Flint shall maintain a balanced budget in accordance with state law. And I read the state law earlier. And the balance, per the charter and per state law, is balanced. Now, I don't know how many people have looked at the April financial statement, but through the end of April, that's 83% of the year. We have only expended 53% of the budget. Right now, we're at 77% of the income with expenditure of 53%, and we will be increasing our fund balance.
That's correct.
So that's one reason why I'm not so worried about what they call the deficit. Also because you and I have spoken about the income tax collection happening, and they ran a trial run on the collection, how much we would have collected from what year?
I believe it was 2022.
2022, and how much money was that
$2
increase?
million.
How many?
$2 million.
So that's $2 million that we can expect, and they're starting that they're going to start that for fiscal year 26, correct? Or for the calendar year 25 to be
The state of Michigan will start collecting in 26, but they're giving us the data so that we can collect it for 22, 23, 24, and 25.
So we'll be able to collect upwards of $6 million, but probably closer to 2.
Yes.
That would be more realistic. I can see the rest of it being ignored.
I would agree.
So that's another $2 million that we would be collecting in the next year, which is not accounted for in the budget.
No, it's not.
So, I mean, I'll listen to any cuts that they have that are reasonable, but I went back and looked at budgets prepared for the last several years, and I only saw one budget that was zero, the expenditures equaled revenues in the last 7-8 years. So this is not a new thing, but in the end, we end up having a better fund balance, and I expect that to happen for last year as well, when we finally get the audit done. So
that's correct.
Thank you very much. That's my time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, we do realize, and I'm going to say it again, the proposed budget showed a $4.2 million deficit. Now, in my research and going over the budget and everything that I have, the mayor's office, the executive department, has roughly, I would say, a 1.3 to a 1.5 million dollar, or to a 1.5 million dollar increase. So I would think that we would cut that executive department, and perhaps when we get those grants that you're talking about, Mr. Moore, and that income tax revenue in, maybe we can amend the budget to put some more funds back into the executive department. But for now, I would think that we would need to cut that and take it all the way back, because that's too top heavy as far as I'm concerned. Now, I see this memo that we received. We have a few capital projects that can probably be cut. The police department, $500,000, fire, $400,000, as well as the city council, $33,000. But what capital improvements did we have as far as the city council? Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Moore, what was it?
I'm not sure any project was identified, but there's been a budget for capital items for the city council over the years. You very rarely spend it.
I can't understand you, Mr. Moore. Oh, so we didn't spend the funds that we had for capital projects?
Yes.
And then we have, let me see, of the 85 vacant positions, the following selected positions would produce the estimated savings. We have some current vacant positions on here that did not get fulfilled. And I'm not I see, you know, as far as the city council, one position for an administrative secretary, and then one position for a records clerk. And then we have some other positions listed here. But some of these positions, as far as city council, we can't go without. And the city clerk, the records clerk, and downstairs, I don't think we can go without those positions. They need to be filled, of course. But I would think that the executive department, which is top-heavy, we would need to cut some of that. And as we get those grants in, then perhaps we can refund that department, put that money back into that department. And that's all I have to say for now. I'm going to yield the floor to my colleagues, and I look forward to making some of these cuts as needed to bring us close that gap of that 4.2 deficit, because I'm not going to vote on this budget if this budget is not balanced. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion? All right, seeing so there's no one else, I'll go ahead and take my time. I do have a couple of questions, because once you start talking about making cuts and all that other stuff, we need to be clear on what we're cutting. So when we say $500,000 for the police for capital expenditures, what was that $500,000 proposed for? Like, how important is that to the department?
All the cuts that have been proposed are important to all the departments. No,
I'm clear that all of these are important to departments, but I'm asking you. We agree to cut $500,000 now from the police tonight for capital expenditures. What do they lose? What are they not able to do? What is affected by that?
This would be the new training center, the dollars that would be allocated for the upcoming year.
The what training center?
The new police and fire training center.
Okay, so that would affect the new training center that is slated to bring us in revenue once it's done.
Those are something that both the departments, the administration, and we believe that city council is supportive of.
I don't know what you're saying. This again, so this $500,000 that we're proposing to cut is for the new training center that is going to bring revenue to the city. Yep. So you're proposing to cut something that's going to bring revenue.
Well, it's not one that we would recommend. It's not one that we obviously recommended that we fund it for the initial budget. But if you're looking to balance the budget, that is how we would recommend that you balance the budget.
Mr. Moore, I need you to talk into your mic.
Our budget proposed that we fund the police training center.
Okay.
But if we have to cut the budget to make revenues and expenditures equal, that would be one of the items that would cut. Capital is usually one of the first items that goes in a budget.
No, I understand that. It says that on the paper. But what I'm asking you is because, again, no part of this budget can be taken lightly.
Right.
So if we are proposing to remove $500,000 for a facility that is slated to bring us in revenue, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so then from the fire department, there's $400,000.
Same project.
The same thing.
Right.
Same project. City council, what's this $33,000? What are the expenditures?
I really don't know. The city council has traditionally had a budget for capital items, but the city council normally does not spend their budget for capital.
Right. I need Clerk Donahue here because we had money for $33,000 for capital expenditures, but we gave ARPA money for some other stuff that we said we didn't have money for any other way. But we had $33,000 sitting here, so I need some explanations on that one. Then as we're looking at these other positions, I will agree with my colleagues, right? So council, we already do not have staff. So you want to cut an administrative secretary that, albeit is not on you, that person wasn't hired. That's something that council will have to deal with internally for ourselves to figure out why a position that is currently vacant. That's not on you to figure out though. Records clerk, we obviously need a records clerk, but I'm going to be honest. As much as I would not like to cut the records clerk because we absolutely need one, I'm amenable to that. The cyber intelligence officer, we had a huge issue that occurred that literally shut down our city for about a month or two, right? In the sense of we couldn't conduct business in the same way. It could have been worse because we could have been like McLaren, going months being in trouble because we were hacked. I will not agree to cut a cyber intelligence officer. We need a cyber intelligence officer. We cannot afford to be held hostage again using technology, and we have no way out of that, or we have to contract other people. You see what I'm saying? If we have an opportunity to give ourselves the best line of defense and not have to go out and contract more people, Mr. Edwards, am I understanding that position correctly by saying that?
Yeah, I just would add to the situation that the IT department did get a cyber specialist.
Okay.
So yeah, we realized that was absolutely important, that we needed to have that. This person was going to fulfill a different area as it related to the cyber.
Can you explain? I got like 25 seconds, so you can have like 20 of them.
Just we have a cyber security person, but this just overall looking at cyber events and activities throughout the entire city was what this person would have done.
And that's not something that the person that we have in IT could have done.
No, the current person's job is to oversee cybersecurity.
All right, Mr. Edwards, that is my time. We are going to have to move to the second round of discussion. Is there someone who would like the floor? Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Real quick, before we go any further, can you please email us? Somebody got a laptop up there? Send us the line item, please, because that way we're not looking at this blindly. Even with the last one that Attorney Gurley gave us, piecemealing it, I appreciate what she did, but we can look at it ourselves. The district court can safely be cut by $700,000. You know, that one was just added, which would be up to 2.5. But I'm not agreeing with those cuts, so I would like to look at it before I make any other decision. If you give my colleagues, and along with, of course, the city attorney, the line item. One of y'all got a laptop to send it to us? Mr. Edwards? No, I'm on my laptop. Because we're gonna be here till tomorrow at this rate, because until we see that, we're really like spinning our wheels. Because, I mean, the things that are picking out, we can't even see them because we don't have it. I want to see the line item before I make any other decision. And if we can get it while we're here, because that's just forwarding it. If we can get it, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
My colleague in the 9th Ward just pointed something out to me. So the budget we were proposed isn't the same budget that's in our agenda. So which one are we approving?
The one that is in the packet to be approved includes a couple minor changes. One, we moved 2 positions from the mayor's office.
So the one in the agenda is the one that you say we need to approve?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the one that we were presented by yourself and the mayor show a $4 million deficit. The one that you're trying to sneak through shows a $13.4 million deficit. Explain it to me. There's got to be a confusion here.
If you remember, during the budget hearing, I mentioned that we looked at the ARPA dollars that we did not think would be spent in this fiscal year, and the difference is adding those, reappropriating the ARPA dollars that won't be spent this year for the same projects for next year.
Because this is showing.
Otherwise, what will happen is the projects that we have undergoing with the ARPA dollars will have to stop until we reappropriate those dollars.
So what is the actual deficit that? Because the budget that we were.
The budget that you had originally showed there was $1.5 million of ARPA dollars. That was for the third year of some projects.
Okay, I'm running out of time, sir. What is the actual deficit between, in what I'm calling deficit, the difference between revenue and expenditures. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask for a recess so I can get clarification on this, because this is crazy. Or another round? I don't know if I want 10 minutes all at once, though. Well, if he's not going to be able to provide documents, so this is what we have to vote on. I'm not, no offense, if you can't provide documents.
Can we recess for 15 minutes to get it?
The change would be the ARPA dollars.
I'll take, you can recess up to 15 minutes.
All right, the chair is ordering a recess of 15 minutes with no objections. Whatever, it's hit.
This shit to me, dude. Because balance, and that's what this shows. But the document still says
2. Can we get that during the recess? So should we take a look
I
at it?
get that, but those are numbers in between. Why does it lower our
Okay.
fund balance? Yeah, but why are you changing those numbers? Those numbers, the numbers that you presented us is the budget, so why are you changing those numbers? I know, but this, what we are presented, isn't a living document. This, once we are presented this, we make changes to this. You are making changes without amendments that what was presented to us. You understand? So how? You bring us resolutions and say extend those to the next year. To extend it to the next fiscal year. Like, that's how you do it. You don't change a static document. I get that, but this is so here's the confusion. We were presented a budget, and that is a static document, that is not a living document. When the resolution comes before us, this is completely different by substantially less. So, is the one with our amendments that should be passed. Right? Okay, cool. Cool. You can do it in the next 50. Okay, cool. All right, I'm good with that. Holy crap. How did you not catch that? I know, but we can't approve that. That's not the budget that was presented to us. And now it's showing the fund balance of 20 million, and we're literally presenting a $29 million fund balance. Even the letter they just gave us says 29 million.
I don't think this is a new. Let me ask Dennis, because I trust him.
New administration in town. We got competition. How about that? Big Moose, President. Ward 2. Oh, that's look at it. What did he give? When you gonna get up there? Well, I mean, man.
All right.
Alrighty, we are back from recess. Roll call, Madam Secretary. Huh? We're in recess.
Ms. Priestley?
Yeah.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Machette?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett,
Present.
Mr. Al-Alamin,
Present.
Dr. Lewis.
Present.
You have 8 members present.
Madam Chair, I think I had 30 seconds left.
I believe so.
Madam Chair, I'm going to make a motion that we extend the spending levels of fiscal year 2025 for 60 days to include no additional excess spending, no hiring, just keeping it, paying our bills that they currently are. So no services will be lost, no employees will be laid off for the next 60 days, and I so move.
So there's been a motion on the floor to keep the current spending for the next 60 days, and it's been supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Through the chair,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
would you want to add some language with the intent of working on a new budget for fiscal year 2026?
I would like to add the effort that all council members put forth a good forth effort to
Work with the mayor.
reduce spending in line with expenses, or spending in line with revenue.
The mayor would also have to make that.
I'll support that additional language.
Can you add a caveat about the mayor?
With the administration.
Thank you. Judy?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
So that is the motion on the floor. It has been supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Madam Chair, before we move to discussion, can the clerk read back, because that was a lot?
Yes. They're probably going to go back and watch the thing. Could you all read back the motion that's on the floor?
Okay, I have suspend the budget for 60 days. No, all council put in the effort. No hiring, affect spending line with administrator.
Wait, what?
Administration.
Can you say that last part again? I don't think that part is what we're agreeing to. I'm sorry.
Okay, all council put in the effort to work on the budget, suspend the budget for 60 days, no hiring, in effect, and work on the spending line with the administration.
And no excessive spending.
Excessive spending, okay.
It was a lot. We said a lot. It was a lot.
Madam Clerk, you said extend, not suspend, right? Expend.
Hey,
Expend. Extend the fiscal year 25.
Expend, okay.
Yeah, not suspend, extend the fiscal year 25 for 60 days at current spending levels to include no hiring, no additional excess spending, and all council members will put a good forth effort to work with the administration to amend and adopt a
Balanced budget.
a budget in line with expenses and revenue.
Request for information.
I think that's perfect. What's your request?
Can we also include no layoffs?
That's what I said.
Yeah, that's what, when we, by extending, there are no layoffs.
Yeah, no,
Yep.
no
Okay, thank
layoffs,
you.
no hiring, no, like,
Yeah.
all vendors, employees will be paid, there's be no
Yeah.
layoffs, that,
We are extending. But I think that's good that we say that out loud.
obviously, if the administration wants to get rid of an employee or terminate an employee, that's beyond this scope.
Right. But we mean as far as
funding-
this,
But funding
yeah.
will be there.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
through you to,
Madam Secretary.
yeah, Madam Secretary, do you have on there that we'll be working on fiscal year 26?
Yes.
That's the budget we'll be
Yeah,
working on?
fiscal year 26.
Okay.
We just need that read back. It's a whole lot, so we just need it read back.
I don't think they heard.
I think she's still getting the sentence
Oh, okay.
together. She's still working on it.
Did they go home? Oh, no, they were left to the offices.
Okay, so I have expended for 60 days to amend and adopt the budget in line with expenses. All council members put in the effort. No layoffs, no hiring, no excessive spending for fiscal 2026, fiscal year 2026.
So that last
'Cause-
sentence.
So can we, Attorney Gurley, could you please, just so that we all are on the same page, could you and Madam Secretary work out thank you. We will go into a 6-minute recess just to get the language correct without objection.
Oh, and I put one of those in this. I mean, you can put it in more, but this is perfect for me. I highly recommending it. I told my sister too. I'm not like, I gave her. I don't like the unflavored either. And the chocolate's okay, but I did. Yeah. I think. Tell your mother I said I think she'll see a noticeable difference. I know. I have a sister like that. My sister, I'm always in pain. Yeah, they live like that. My
men don't go ahead and go for eggs. Come for the acting like that. What about change the life?
That'll make it change. He'll make it fit.
Smiling faces, show no traces of the evil, the look with of the pat on the back.
I think it was like
Two
different budgets.
Smiling faces, smiling faces, show no traces.
They what?
All right. Burn.
Small world.
They fight burn.
I know.
Get in the new seat. The new administrator.
He hugged her, but he knew me.
Smiling faces, smiling faces. Show no traces. Come to him. gave me my exact name, and they said, what kind of name is this? They gave her a name, and they come up with that name. I'm gonna see how you deal with my name. They said, they're all my white women said, what? Tell me your real name, sir. What's up with you? Mama? It's amazing. See, that's how long I've been homeless. 38 years in Flint. When they took my house on Laredo, 501, that dude talking about you gotta pay your house taxes. I just they got the house, the whole house. And talking about and don't rent the house to a tenant. I was a family man, even though the house was I'm gonna get a bigger one than that. But this is some FBI's or over my house. About 8 times closed up. They had machine guns, some old time machine guns and stuff. They said, sir, did you Mr. Mitchell? I want to know. Your wife told us to come over here and get everything out of the house. But I said, stay right there. I was running around the corner, but my mother on sleep 2 blocks away. But I went over to the girl. I told her, she came back and said, you can get the stuff, but you can bring it to her house. It's right on Austin, right on the corner of the house is still there. I mean, Austin and Fulton. It's a little back to the church right there. We got everything. Anyway, I found when she made the FBI break everything over to the house. If your wife asks me anything, so see her. I found out my wife lived next door, had bought a house right next door to her own mama. It's still there now. On the corner of the whole neighborhood. That girl named she was on the third speed. Only 33 years old. I mean, hey, I got two. Amazing about how people do stuff. There's about 8 monkeys that live on out over there. The boys ran on the side of the house and everywhere else. He's only about 2 years old, 3 years. I want to just see what he's on the side of the house. And then I got close to my brother, stuff in my stomach. He had hit me in the gut. Wow, then he stopped around. So thinking, whoa, the boy, he had a rock. He kept that rock. He had a brother. He told you about his brother? Wow! Get yellow. Yeah, I didn't know I had no crap. Then he come up to one day, I don't know who he was. He had to come up like Snoop Dogg. He would roll down the window. He got out of the door. That's just like when he told me some more stuff about rapping all over my road. Something about that spot. He told me, brother, one day you come and say, Mama dead. I said, man, what? What you talking about? Mama dead. I said, man, that's my wife. He told you about that too. What is this? Dang! Let the boy talk for himself. Let him sit there and know what's up. And then he, man, what? Wildcat. She said, well, my baby don't want to come on the cat. I ain't know. I said, what? Man, what you talking about? I said, wait, I didn't wait. I said, I can't. One word leads to another every time I talk. So, man, what is all coming to a point tonight because for people like yourself, y'all wait, we never get to the point. When it goes all on like, when when they started that junk talking about whatever will not be televised. Well, what happened the other night, brought up the same thing happened in Southwest in 71. Same exact thing. Little kid on a 16-year-old picked up a gun, body slammed it right in front of me. Dude that started right. He told me, if I would have, I would have grabbed the gun, but I would have grabbed his gun and then it would have been all in, but it was all over. Everybody in school got killed. Everybody in the they want you to do one person take the officer gun, and then they gonna pop everybody, all the kids get up, he was all that. But the dude followed me home, man, I only went down the car. Right? That's right. I live right down the street on the dead end street, Tacoma Street. Well, the dude followed me, I stopped at the head of the street, but that dude got out, and when he stopped the car, I said, man, what you talking about? He had swung at me 3 times with a jackhammer, and my neighbor screamed. Like 3 white women. They tried to kill my little son. He went down there, ran down there. My daddy come up. I seen him getting up and go around one. And he got up. I got back. That dude got up. He said, son, what you doing? Man, they're like, do what you doing, walk back. Whoa! Go in that middle and then talk over there. Trust me, right on the corner over there. Yeah, right across the street. Where's Trinity? Pick up what we left off. One dude middle, one cigarette in the shit in the church. And that preacher made everybody get out of the church for a cigarette. We really get to the bottom of this stuff. And all that, that preacher, right over across the street. He goes over there. Yeah. It ain't, that day, no, I've been 38 years, I ain't know I was on fool around the streets and everybody left to me. That's it. Hey, that's all. Hey, can't talk right now, but there's something back for us. I seen all kinds of stuff in Flint. I seen the whole police department whole police got fired. Every last one of them when Rip Road standing was pulled up. I was at work at General Truck Assembly, and I was on my way to work the boys Pearson Elementary. I went over there, the gym teacher was like, Mr. G, what's up? I went to the office and they promised me, I said, here's my son. They said, you ain't got to say my son. I said, then she ran down to the gym and told that he came down to the office in the hall. Everybody in the gym followed up. He said, get off the property, sir. I said, what you get off the property? I said, man, what's the bill?
Bugs are flying in, guys. That was a big old piece.
Like I was saying, and then right on the 7th Street, I was walking back over, I was walking. The time I got across the 7th Street, like, oh, they had a car there. Come here, come here. I went to the I said, man, what time? I walked all the way back down to the house on the right. Ooh, wait! I should have. The black dude, too, the black dude. And she had with the boy. We are too. And now, that school on York Street, brand new. That school's still there. And whatever happened to my. Man, that neighborhood, boy. I did. Everybody got it. Everybody was a ticket to tap. Do all that. I mean, I got him. Dang. Well, I be talking to him out there. Everybody. Hey, no. Hey. Look at it. Talk for themselves. Meditated. Generation jump. Oh!
All right, the time is now 9:57 p.m. on June 4th. We are bringing this special city council meeting back to order. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Present.
Ms. Burns,
Present.
Ms. Machette, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Present.
Mr. Jarrett,
Present.
Mr. El Alamin,
Present.
Dr. Lewis,
Present.
Ms. Priestley. You have 8 members present.
We have 8 members present. What is the pleasure of the body?
Point
Mr.
of order.
Pfeiffer. I'm sorry, what's your point of order?
So do we have someone, the gentleman in the front row, did he receive a second warning?
I think he thought we were in a different meeting, sir. We're still in the same meeting. All righty. Mr. Pfeiffer? Wait, I'm sorry, Ms. Priestley.
Ms. Priestley's make the motion on the.
She has to withdraw her second.
Yes, I'm withdrawing my second from the previous motion.
Okay, I withdraw my motion.
And Madam Chair, I make.
So I want to, for the record, that the previous motion that we were working on before we went to recess, the second has been withdrawn by Ms. Priestley, and the motion that was made has been withdrawn by Mr. Pfeiffer. Ms. Priestley, you have the floor.
Yes, I make a motion to extend the fiscal year 2025 budget to June 30th, 2026.
25.
Fiscal year 2025 budget to June 30th, 2026.
No, to 2025. You can only go 30 days.
Till the end of June.
We're only extending it 3 weeks.
Yeah, we can only.
Then why are we extending it 3 weeks? No, we have.
I'm confused why you're confused.
Yeah, our fiscal year, our new fiscal year starts July 1st. We can only extend up until our new fiscal year, so you have to do 2025.
Then why are we extending?
Because
we have a charter deadline that was past due 3 days.
because Monday was
All
the
right,
deadline.
Through you to the city attorney. Are we doing this to 2026?
It will be at the pleasure of the body, but I can explain to you what your options are.
Please.
So your first option is to extend the fiscal year 2025 budget until June 30th, 2025.
Well, that.
Okay, so if you were to do that,
Go ahead.
you would still work toward completing your budget and adopting it.
I see. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Attorney Gurley.
Go ahead.
Okay, just so it's clear, we're talking about the budget adoption for fiscal year 26. You can make a motion to
I guess what my understanding was not the correct understanding, because I just caught it in collapse. So anyways, all right, I'm going to make a motion. My motion will be.
I'm sorry, just so we can all be on the same page, and she's already started the explanation about the
Go ahead.
2020,
Let her
about the
finish,
budget.
because
Let
I'm
her
not gonna
finish
make a
that
motion.
explanation.
Go ahead. I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Okay, so what I was stating is that you can make a motion to extend the current budget until June 30th of 2025, which gives you 26 days to come up with a balanced budget by working with administration so that you will have a new budget in place by July 1st under state law. Or you can extend the current fiscal year budget 2025 through 2026, and that will get you a budget that is in compliance with the Uniform Budget and Accounting Act.
And that's what I thought my motion was going to be. I'm just doing sewer?
Yeah, we're extending the sewer.
Okay, I make a motion to extend the 2025 sewer fund budget through the end of June 30th, 2026.
Support.
Mr. Moore, can you explain, are you there? Can you explain why we're doing this? Excuse me, through Candace, through the chair.
So this is her time,
The question is, why are we extending the sewer budget
Made a motion
through
to support it.
2026?
We're discussing.
The answer is that the sewer fund has some bonds where we've made some promises to the bondholders, and we're required to have a budget by the end of June 30. Now, we can always amend the budget. It doesn't, if you don't like what the current budget would do, you can always amend it and change it, but we have to have a budget by June 30 for the bondholders.
Okay, so this, it keeps us in compliance with our sewer bonds.
Right.
Then that's my motion.
All right, there is a motion on the floor from the Fourth Ward councilperson to extend the 2025 fiscal year sewer budget to end on June 30th, 2026. And that is supported by Councilman Pfeiffer. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Pfeiffer.
So, just to be clear, we are copying, pasting from the 2025 fiscal year budget. We are copying, pasting those to be the fiscal year the new fiscal year 26 budget.
That's correct.
So it's a slight reduction for the sewer only, but if additional spending or revenue, whatever that is, we can amend it, but this is a procedural motion that needs to happen, so we are in compliance with our sewer bonds.
That's correct.
Okay, I yield.
Is there any more discussion? Seeing as how there is no further discussion, this is the roll call vote to extend the 2025 budget for the sewer fund only to June 30th, 2026. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machette?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That motion passes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I don't want to make this motion yet. I do have a question that I need to get answered before I make this motion. And I understand what Judy's confusion was.
Mhm.
If our fiscal year doesn't end until June 30th, what are we actually extending? We're extending our charter deadline. Can we do that? Because that's the only thing that we would be extending. So are we just stay in, do we all agree that we're going to stay in, charter violation? We all agree that we're going to stay in charter violation and work diligently as a council until June 30th, right? That's what we can do?
At this point, that is all you can do, because your charter deadline was the first Monday in June. So we are in violation of the charter.
So does a
but
motion even need to be made?
are you speaking of the sewer?
No, the sewer's done.
Okay.
If we can't extend the fiscal year for the entire budget until June 30th, but it's still in budget until June 30th, so we're really only talking about the adoption date. So do we even need to make a motion and we just say that, because by law we have to do by June 30th, so what's the point of even having a motion? And we just...
It is a procedural, and it is a good faith showing that you are acknowledging that you're still going to be working diligently to come up with a budget before the new fiscal year starts. And it at least puts it on the record
So does
for
that mean that
state.
the mayor can't call a press conference and call us insurrectionists? That's rhetorical, Ms.
Thank
Curley.
you. So the point here is to put it on the record
Okay.
for residents, for workers.
Okay.
Okay.
You want me to make it, or you want him to make it? I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that council and administration put forth a good effort. Faith effort. I'm done after this. We put forth a good faith effort to approve a budget by the state mandated deadline of June 30th, and I so move.
Support.
There is a motion on the floor that council and the administration put a good faith effort to come up with a budget by June 30th by the councilman in the 8th Ward.
Request for information.
What is your request?
So my request is if we can extend it to July 30th, 2026.
We cannot,
No?
because our fiscal year starts over July 1st.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just have one question,
Yes.
and that's concerning our staff and the city staff and potential layoff situations. What?
Well, they wouldn't lay off before January.
No, they wouldn't anyways, because the funding is through June 30th, but we still have that uncertainty whether we will get a budget June 30th. We'll do everything we can to get one, but there's still no, that's my only concern. Through you to the city attorney.
You have put on the record that you will make a good faith effort. I will look into whether if you get close to the deadline and you don't have a budget, whether there is a stopgap amendment that can be made to carry over into a new fiscal year. But that is going to require some research.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. I'm done.
Thank you. It was supported by Councilwoman Burns.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
The you to Attorney Gurley, do we need to, is that language sufficient enough? Do we need, because I think we're really gonna have, do we have to describe any type of meetings to add that in there? Because it's going to take some additional meetings. Do we need to put any additional language, or is that general enough to cover all of that? Because that's going to be hard.
I do have a question, because that is a good question. If the mayor has extended an opportunity for all of us to meet with him, do you think that suffices for what we are trying to do? Or like Ms. Burns said, do we need to do that in addition to maybe doing a working session with the mayor?
Okay, hold on, because you took the floor.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you showed. So this needs to really be done. I don't know who got the answers. They need to come up here. I'm not comfortable being in his conference room discussing this.
Come up here?
Yeah, he needs to come up here, work this out, and as you can see, we're working now with it. And I don't know where Mr. Moore and oh, there's Paul. I mean, I think this is his city. He's the mayor. Then we are having to make adjustments. He gave us 1 minute, you know, and it's not to scold. This is really to let's fix it when he comes. Because I'm not going to go, as we sit here at night and he's not here, to go in his office and go through other stuff. It's not even, this is serious stuff here. With having presented, was 2 different budgets? The budget adoption that was given was not the budget that we have tonight in our packets. So we need to do this. I think I'm committed to being fair to let's get it done. I think my colleagues are too, as they have worked on it, Jonathan and Dennis, that this is real business. And because our fiscal year starts the 1st, do we need to add July 1st, I'm sorry. Do we need to add any more language? Is that general, is that adequate?
Well, if you want to look at what type of schedule you want to be on to meet, you might want to add language that speaks to meeting weekly or
I think it's really kind of going to be like special meeting, emergency meetings, basically, because we have well, past the deadline and in between before we start our new one. So maybe just leave it general then.
Okay.
Okay.
So then you're seconding it as is?
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Seconded. Yeah. Is.
All right, and there's a second by Councilwoman Burns.
I don't even know where you're at now.
I don't know what they were doing. That wasn't discussion.
I'm inundated with.
It wasn't official discussion. It was her trying to work out if she wanted to keep her second.
Yeah. So we gonna be inundated with.
No. Is there discussion? First round of discussion. Would anyone like the floor? Councilman Pfeiffer.
Just to put on the floor for the record, any discussions or negotiations or anything, I will only do in public. So if a good faith effort by the administration is to do a closed door in the mayor's office, I will not be a part of that. So just putting that on the record, I think a good faith effort is transparent and in this chamber during a meeting, a scheduled meeting. So I'm just putting that on the record. Whether or not the mayor wants to show up, his representatives can obviously negotiate on his behalf. So thank you.
Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Thank you. I too will not meet with the mayor in his office. I think everything that we do should be in the public. The residents should be involved, and they should be able to hear what's going on with this budget.
And be heard.
No, I did not meet with the mayor a couple of weeks ago when he invited me to meet with him, and I will never meet with the mayor. Because this mayor, he tends to, he tends to not tell the truth, and he tends to get your words twisted. He gaslights this community. He will twist the narrative, and it's just not right. I think as far as this budget, if he wants to meet, he should come up here and we should meet in the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the first round of discussion?
Madam
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. So I just want to be clear. So is the language also covering no layoffs?
Oh my God.
I'm bringing Miss Oh My God to order.
Okay.
Thank you. So, will this also include no layoffs? I don't want to make sure.
For the 30th? So right now, do you mean for like collective bargaining?
Yeah,
Because I think they were sent notices. That might be a question for like Mr. Smith of what happens since those notices were sent and people might.
Right, because I know notices have, they were prepared. And so just wanted to.
Because they have specific notice requirements for layoffs. So I understand your question. Mr. Smith?
So it's still on my time?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and we're waiting on an attorney?
Mr. Smith?
Okay. All right, so as we wait on the attorney.
Mr. Smith.
Mr.
Yes.
Smith, oh, I'm sorry, oh, there you go, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Her question was about collective bargaining units. They have specific requirements for layoffs.
Yes.
And so if we are extending this to the 30th, are they affected in any way? How does that change the process?
Each contract's a little different, but the verbiage usually is about 2-week notice. So fire, police, it's a little different, but it's always a 2-week notice.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so, because I want to make sure that, that we are also protecting those individuals for not being laid off. And then also, in closing, just want to add that it has, to my recollection, being a resident of the city, no mayor has ever come up here to deal with the budget. So unless my colleagues can,
I'm sorry, is that for Mr. Smith or is he okay?
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you. All right. And so, to my recollection, a mayor have not come up here and worked with council during our working time on the budget. And if any of my colleagues can enlighten me when this have happened, I definitely would like to hear it. Okay. So, I understand.
Request for information.
Please pause the time. What's your request?
Mayor Weaver did come up here. She did. And this is an extenuating circumstance that we really do need to speak with the mayor.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And I will definitely, if she did it, okay. And in terms of this, I mean, if we all want the mayor to come up here, I really don't understand the logic, but I mean, it's reasonable.
Request for information.
So
Please pause the time. What is your request?
Do you know that we got two different budgets? The budget he presented and the budget tonight are two different budgets?
Excuse me, I'm gonna have to ask you to please have a seat. Please, yes, please.
Sir, and point of order too, he's walking around with a unipod.
I understand. No one else has been permitted to walk all across the meeting with cameras. I need you to please have a seat.
Right. If they have to be in the back, you do too.
Whoa,
Yeah,
sir, watch your language. Please continue.
Okay, yeah. So going back, just got intel that Karen Weaver never done that, and so at the end of the day, point of order.
You worried about
point of order.
What's your point of order?
She's talking on my time and shouldn't be.
Councilwoman Burns, please refrain from speaking out of turn. Go ahead.
In any event, I still encourage my colleagues to meet with the mayor so he can, again, we have extended this. This is why our council meetings last long. It's 10:21. We should have been done with this. Because we receive our
request for information.
Please pause the time. What is the request?
Does she know it's because we got two different budgets, which is why we have to figure out, which is why this council meeting is running long, and that's why we request to see the mayor.
So if we could please refrain from using privilege motions. She has a minute and 28 seconds left. Let's just get through this. This is our last item. I think we've come to a consensus on it. Let's just get through it. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So keeping in mind that we had this for over 3 weeks, I want to just encourage and compel my colleagues to go get the information and bring it back to the body. That's very useful. If you go get the information and bring it back to the body, so we won't be here for a long time. And so again, just wanted to state on the record, it has been, no mayor has done this, and Karen Weaver did not do it as well. And I'm very happy that we're able to move forward in some capacity. And so that will be all. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Through the chair,
Yes, Madam Attorney.
just a point of clarification. In Councilman Pfeiffer's motion, he did state the mayor or his representatives who could act on his behalf.
Okay, thank you for that
Okay.
point of clarification. And so the mayor does have the option to send representatives.
Yeah, got a lot of people on the staff. You got it.
Okay. Any, are you yielding the floor? All right, so is there anybody else in the first round of discussion?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bye-bye.
Anybody else in the first round of
She
discussion?
did. Just called her.
All right, is there anybody in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else, this is the roll call vote to
No, you the
extend, come on, ladies. No, I'm not getting anyone. I'm telling everybody to remain cordial and let's get through this. We're right here. We are right here. Come on now. Madam Clerk, could you please repeat, because we want to make sure that everyone is clear on what we're voting on and clear that you have it correct for the record, please.
Okay, so I have on the motion, council and administration make a good faith effort to approve a budget by state mandated time by June 30th, 2026.
We good? Everybody good? All right, yes, this is the roll call vote.
No.
What?
No.
No, that's not it. Okay.
No.
Go ahead.
It should be June 30th,
Oh, did she say 2026?
2025.
I'm sorry, 2025. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
So the motion
Oh, it's a
is,
good faith effort, too.
council and administration make a good faith effort to approve a budget by state mandated time by June 30th, 2025.
Yes, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Machette?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That motion passes. There's a motion to adjourn by the councilman in the 8th Ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Amin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machette?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The time is now 10:25 p.m. On Wednesday, June 4th. I call the special city council meeting. It is adjourned.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
She's gonna try to pull that trick. Karen was like, absolutely. She said, and I met with the RTAB too. RTAB and to council. She came up here. She gonna say that lie on the record. She needs to. Okay. She just can't help herself.
You have the add-on?
She was walking. She was laughing at her.
We have the vacation of a street.
Of Baker Street.
Yeah, go ahead and pass it
Add
out
on.
now. It's an add-on. Thank you. Where's my, I don't need one, I guess. Oh, there it is. Wait a minute, is this supposed to go on legislative or is government ops? For the vacation? Is it supposed to go on? Joanne? Should this vacation be on government ops or legislative?
Get into what? Finance?
We don't have that many, they're leaving. Oh. That's why I bring my lunch. Because I eat late anyways. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna change the agenda, let her speak, and then we'll go to closed session. Is that okay? Okay. Right. Ladies, when you're ready. I'm talking to our secretaries. Yeah, it was requested. Yeah, we did. She's here. We're going to put her first. Then we're going to do executive. And then we can just. As soon as our secretaries are ready. We're ready. The time is now 10:30 p.m. and I hereby call this Finance Committee meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Mr. Al-Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer's not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
We have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present.
Madam Chair, oh wait, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. I have an agenda change, and that is to put...
You got to ask for the request.
Pardon?
You got to ask for requests.
I don't have to, I can add agenda changes, and then I can ask for additional.
Okay, Judith.
I would like to move Resolution 250188 before the closed session without objection. I'll order that. Are there any other changes for the agenda?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would also like to add the behind that change, the ARPA funds for the East Side Kitchen or East Side Mission, St. Mark, and I think there were 4.
250185?
Yep.
You want that moved behind the
Yep.
250188?
Yes.
Okay. That'll be ordered without objection. Okay. So I'll entertain a motion for 250188. Genesee Job Corps.
I make a motion that we approve this item.
There's a motion on the floor by the Councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Is there any?
Support.
It's supported by the Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Is there any discussion? To approve
To send to council, to send to council. I amend my motion, yeah. Can you withdraw your second so I can make the proper motion?
Liddell.
Support.
No.
No, withdraw your motion.
Withdraw.
And I would like to withdraw my motion, Councilwoman Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to make a motion that we send that agenda item to council.
There's a motion on the floor by the Councilwoman in the 7th Ward to send 250188 to council. Is there support?
Support.
And that's supported by the Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Is there any discussion?
Council.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair. I was chairing for like 8 hours. Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I believe that Ms. Ward is here to speak on behalf of this resolution. She is with the administration. She can let us know our job title. If through you, she may come up.
Come on up and approach the lectern, and welcome to the city.
You know. Hello, thank you for coming in. I know you had to come in kind of late here, so thank you.
We appreciate it.
That we had quite a few people with questions as far as the emergency funding for Genesee Job Corps. I know one of the things that we talked about before you arrived was just earlier this evening, a judge issued an order that by June 17th, the Department of Labor has to come in front of the judge to discuss the Job Corps issue. I do also know that in Flint, it's already been shut down and 125 people have already been sent home, and we do have displaced residents. If you could just speak, one, I'm sorry, I will allow you to properly introduce yourself, I'm sorry, and then two, if we could just speak to what's going on with the Job Corps here and if there's a plan in place.
So Shebra Ward, the public health manager here for the Office of Public Health. So when we got the news of what was taking place, action happened over the weekend. On Monday, we were able to come together and have a conversation here. And in discussing, Job Corps had disclosed to us that a lot of the students had already been moved out into other places, but on the campus they still had about 10 to 15 that were still there with no place to go, deemed homeless. So they didn't have a family member or any place that they could go. Some of those students were still finishing up some of whatever their program looked like, and they were due to exit out. One or two of them had potential places to go. So in our meeting with Job Corps, they did let us know, even as of yesterday, they still had about 10 to 14 that was there. We're still waiting on the final count. We know 10 is the minimum number, 14 would be max. And with these students, they need somewhere to go. So we began having conversations with the University of Michigan Flint, who had agreed to provide a housing space for them for a period of time since they're going into their summer quarter. That is the conversation we had. We have a drafted contract. So what that would look like for the students is they would give us 4 apartments. Those apartments fit about 4 students total. And then we would be paying about $925 per apartment. So for 30 days, it'll be $3,700. The contract that they drafted up would extend out until August the 1st if we needed to go that far out. In conversations with Job Corps, we met with them and let them tell us what else was going on with the students, because some of them have further needs. They're used to having RAs. So Job Corps agreed that they could be able to have staffing, 4 staff persons working on 8-hour rotating shifts at the location. And that way the students are still able to have some connection. Now the Flint and Genesee County Community Continuum of Care also have met. And so the Greater Flint Health Coalition, one of the programs there is CHAP, the Community Health Access Program. That program has registered nurses, social workers, community health workers that work, and they're free service where they connect residents with other resources they need. So they have offered that service as well. Our goal is to be able to house those students at least for that 30-day window. While they are there, they will be connected with the resources resources they need to access health care, even with transportation. We want to be able to provide them with vouchers for food because on Job Corps, they're used to having 3 meals as well. Some of the students with Job Corps were working with R.L. Jones. That was a partnership they had in place. They were paying the students about $10 an hour, but it guaranteed them some work and also food. So I've been in conversation with them because they're willing to assist as well as needed. Crossover Outreach Ministries, also on standby because I have great partnerships with them. They will provide bedding for the apartments. They also provide any other utensils they may need in the apartments, as well as access to clothing.
Thank you. I'll circle back because I don't have a lot of time in the first round.
Okay, is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Welcome, Shebra. Thank you for reaching out prior. I appreciate that. So this is short term.
Correct.
And so what are we doing for long term?
So for long term, again, them connecting with the Community Health Access Program at CHAP, they work specifically to provide the assistance in connecting and seeing what programs they would qualify for, what it looked like. For us, what we're still waiting on from Job Corps is a list of the demographic information for the students. Because if they are below the age of 18, then it would require us to look at additional housing options for them. Because remember, Job Corps is starting at 16 and going up. So we're kind of in the balances as well with some of the students, but we know we have at least this option on the table. I know the question, I think, came up earlier about a fiduciary as far as who will be managing it.
Right.
I have another agency here that we are meeting tomorrow to discuss what it looks like if they signed on the dotted line, but they are willing to have the conversation.
What's the agency?
The Engagement Center, or Gear Up to Lead. They're right here
Can you
downtown.
say that again?
The Engagement Center, also called Gear Up to Lead. They specifically work with youth 16 to 24 years of age.
So you have a meeting tomorrow. So this is on pause basically until June, till we find, June 17th, they can stay there. But you're preparing for the worst case scenario now.
Correct.
But as of today, they were given a temporary until the court date.
Mm-hmm.
And so how long would it take to facilitate if you had like a timeline? Because I really think, because we're going to be back here on budget, I think we need to wait to see, what's going to happen, your meeting tomorrow, and then maybe we can get some insight. I know that you've reached out to Congresswoman, I was told, McDonald-Rivet, and her office, are they seeing what they can do? Because this is a Job Corps is a federally funded program.
Correct.
Which they should be fixing their mess.
Correct.
Not us.
Correct.
So what has Congresswoman McDonald-Rivet state?
I have not been privy to those conversations.
Oh, who was talking to her?
It must be, I think, Seamus.
Seamus said you were.
I have not been privy to those conversations. For me, my work has been solely with the agencies here locally that are providing the connective services.
Okay. So until we find out what's happening for me with your meeting tomorrow, we were specifically told you had, and Seamus said it actually. And so I was surprised you came in because I just figured we would, kind of table it because we're going to be back here. So until I find out, because now we're finding out with budget issues that we have, how many of these children are from Flint out of the 10 to 14?
Again, that's what I'm still waiting for from Job Corps. As mentioned, I'm waiting for them to give me that demographic information. We met yesterday. I followed up with email as well, and I told them that would be important for me to know so I can also know how to connect them.
Okay, because we can always put this back on till we get some further. We don't have enough information to just vote to give some money at this time. I really thought you could have went home. So I'll let my other colleagues. At this point, I am not ready to vote a yes because there's other options. We need to hear from Congresswoman McDonald-Rivet and some of our other elected officials, and then also the demographic information. And then you're meeting with the agency tomorrow. So I'll let right now, I'll vote to postpone or to put to another committee, maybe on Monday. but I'll let my other colleagues ask you questions. Thank you for coming in. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? The first round. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So, understanding that this is a time-sensitive issue, and things change daily. Just like earlier, we received a report through Reuters that it has been a court date extended. Things are in influx. But what is for certain is that we have some youth that need assistance. And these youth that come through Job Corps, a lot of them, they don't come from well-to-doness. As stated before, a lot of the youth at Job Corps address is Job Corps. So they may be from another area, but now Flint is their current home. And if they have not left at this point, it means that they probably don't have any place to go. Correct. Furthermore, you know, we have, I'm anticipating some more Flint Job Corps students, some more Flint residents that are Job Corps students elsewhere to come back home. And so this small $25,000, it is ensuring that the people, especially, I read a note from I'm in touch with the community they reach out. And when they saw the post stating that the city is moving on behalf of the Job Corps students, a lot of people began to reach out. Job Corps employees, people that are supporting the students, people that want to support the students, and the narrative is quite clear. The narrative is that they need services. And so a young lady stated that she was homeless in her car. These funds are to immediately engage those people. And so, you know, I don't want to put a stop to this. I want to release these funds so they can be used as needed. But what I also would like to do, and I trust that we probably won't even use all $25,000 for 10 to 15 kids for 4 apartments this summer. 4 students and 4 apartments. We're not going to use all that money, I'm quite for certain. But what I don't want to do, because we already saw how the federal government done put them out on their back, I want to make sure that we're doing our part from our elected seats to take care of our residents. Because again, these are our residents. We have people sleeping in the parking lot of malls. We have people sleeping at places where we don't have to sleep. We go home. We leave here, we're going home. And I'm pretty for certain that none of us have to worry about the next home that we're going to go to. We know that we have a set address where we have running water, electricity. Well, as long as we pay our bills, we got those things. So we have all those things. But they don't. So these money, this $25,000 is being put into play to secure right now that the students that are in limbo is giving them cushion and security. And so seeing how we had so many posts, our posts have been flooded talking about Job Corps. And and let me see if I can pull some things up, because people have been reaching out and they have been excited that the city is getting engaged. So I had, for that post, 78 shares, 59 comments. And what do we have? We have hearts, we have thank yous. We have Vermont Christian Church saying, me and myself, we would like to know how we can support. Dr. Alfreda Riley. We have so many different people on this thread. Ms. Lynn Williams from the Community Foundation. Galilean Baptist Church, Pastor Daniel Moore and Shiloh Baptist Church. We have employee, Ms. Peacock. We have so many different people, state workers, Dr. Gordon. We have so many people, Rob Metcalf. We have so many different people that are reaching out and that share the sentiment that something needs to be done. We can't wait. We can't wait. It costs us nothing to put the money in place in your capable hands so you can get to engaging and talking with our community partners. And I trust you're going to you're looking out for the best in the city of Flint. What we don't have to pay for, we won't have to pay for. But keep in mind, our residents are a problem, so we need to move now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair,
I heard Mr. Jarrett first.
thank you through you to the speaker, and I'm sorry, I heard you say your name, but I'm not.
Shebra Ward.
Ms. Ward?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I heard you share that there are organizations that you've been in contact with. I also heard earlier Mr. Bannon share that there are those that are willing to be service providers. And I say that because to me, when I hear the word service provider, I hear uh-oh, here comes an administrative or some kind of fee. Mm-hmm. So what I want to understand is, like U of M, mm-hmm. the apartments that they are making available, are they making them available in kind, or are they looking for somebody to pay them?
So it is the rate that I previously stated.
So they're looking to be.
They're looking to be paid for the units. Yes.
Of the organizations that you shared, mm-hmm. how many of them are willing to be an in-kind partner versus a vendor?
So.
A paid vendor.
Yeah, no,
Let me clarify that.
So we call them CBOs, community-based organizations. The services that they provide would be free of service. So again, connection to CHAP, that's where they can get a light case management to be able to help walk them through whatever benefits they qualify for, even if it's employment placement. Crossover, again, they do work already in community as CBO. What they will be providing is free of service. A meeting for tomorrow with the potential fiduciary that would sign. They have not discussed that they would charge anything, but we are in meeting tomorrow so they can look at the contract and be able to see if they're willing to actually take the liability for it. So all of the other organizations that are on standby, they have not said it would cost anything because they're CBOs.
Okay, and let me make sure I'm clear mm-hmm. on what I heard you say. Job Corps was willing to make some of their staff available on 8-hour rotation. Mm-hmm. Is that with the expectation that the city of Flint funds those salaries?
That's the information I am waiting for, but I would believe so, because they were given an expiration date. So initially they had to be out, the students had to be out this week. Then they were told by June 13th. And with that, the staff was immediately following. So they're not even fully staffed at this moment.
Okay, so I heard you talk about CBOs, mm-hmm. and if I'm understanding, what they're gonna provide, they provide in the same way all day, every day. Mm-hmm. So my question is this: is there any other organization or institution beside the city of Flint that have come forward to say, we got money to lend to this, or we got money, we're putting money on it?
None that I am aware of. Again, from the Flint and Genesee County continuum of care, that's on the housing perspective, but nothing that said, hey, we have this that we'll be footing.
Okay. And I think that meeting tomorrow, I'm hopeful that will be as instructive for you mm-hmm. as I believe it should be. Mm-hmm. And in that, you'll be able to have more information to bring back, and maybe we can move this to special affairs and be able to respond more rapidly out of that meeting with the potential for funding versus keeping it in committee, which otherwise where we are right now with information, especially where we are right now with those that are, I think it's just 5 of us here now. I don't know if it's going otherwise go tonight if you sort of listen and try to count votes. But we'll see.
Thank you. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hear my colleagues, and like the councilman in the 9th Ward stated, we want this to pass. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a motion that we send this resolution to Special Affairs.
Okay,
And we'll be able to get the information that we need.
There's a motion on the floor to send resolution 250188 to Special Affairs. Is there support?
Support.
It's been multiple supports. I'll go ahead and call Ms. Burns. This is the vote to send to Special Affairs. And Special Affairs is Monday, first thing, 4:30. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Al-Alameen's not in. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machette is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jared?
Yes.
That is 5 yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to Special Affairs. Our next resolution is 250185. Let me find it in my packet so I can make my notes. Okay. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to send that resolution for approval. I'd like to,
To council?
council.
There's a motion on the floor to send resolution 250185, reallocation of ARPA funds for Franklin Avenue Mission. Just a second, let me close this. Franklin Avenue Eastside Compassionate Mission Center, St. Mark Missionary Baptist Church Community Outreach, Christian Love Faith Center, food access and food system support. Is there support?
Yes, Madam Chair.
It's been moved by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 5th Ward, excuse me. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Through you to Pastor Thompson of St. Mark, he's in the audience. If you could come to the,
Good evening.
Good evening, Pastor. We have got yours on here for, this is 25,000. Initially, it was 50,000. Can you tell us how many people, because, well, let me start this off. First, did you receive 1.5 million?
No, ma'am. St.
Did
Mark
you-
Community Outreach has not received 1.5 million.
Did you receive any community block grant money?
No.
That I know it wasn't signed, I believe, by the mayor. You had to stop feeding the program at your church, and so you've been looking for other resources. How many families or how many people do you feed a month?
Close to 600 to 800 or more.
Or more? How crucial is this?
Very crucial. It's
So,
very important for our community. It's sort of it's an emergency right now because there's so many people who are calling, so many people who are in need right now, especially parents, grandparents who have their grandchildren and for the summer. So, yes, it's a lot.
So I know there was some misinformation that you received the money. The St. Mark's 1.5 million actually went to St. Mark's Episcopal Church in Grand Rapids, which is the 7th largest county out of 83 counties I'm the seventh richest county
Wealthiest.
out of 83 counties that we have in Michigan. So your church did not get that, and it's in print and it's publicized. You didn't get it.
Yes, St. Mark Community Outreach did not receive that, those funds, 1.5 million. It went to, there is an article also, it went to the St. Mark Episcopal Church in Grand Rapids, Michigan, Kent County.
Okay. And so some people have stated you got $20,000 for pastoral appreciation. Did you get that?
Well, not to my knowledge, I didn't get it, but if it was, that will be between me and the church, not between me and the individual who has stated that.
Point of order.
Which point?
Could he please speak into the mic? I can't understand what he's saying.
That's an improper point, but of
It's
order.
not? Okay, you're fine.
No, improper point of order, but please speak up louder.
All right.
Because it wasn't a break, it wasn't a breach of a rule. It was just asking to be speaking louder. That's all. Go ahead.
So your church is really in dire need.
Yes, the outreach, the second ward, the community of Flint is in need of food. Yes.
So how are you paying for, because you continue to go without any funding? And I believe funding stopped, was it September of 2024?
Absolutely. St. Mark Community Outreach, there is the outreach and then there's the church. St. Mark Community Outreach Center, which we feed the people. We do receive donations from whoever will give us donations, and at this time it's been very hard for people to give.
What other programming does your church have, or that is associated with your church?
St. Mark Community Outreach is, we have our at-risk kids program, which we basically changed the name to Kids Zone and Safety Zone. We also have what we call the Gathering with our senior program, which the senior program, they come together, they have, we communicate with the, the CRIM program, the Learning Kitchen, and the Commit to Fit programs. We communicate and network with those different entities, and it's very fruitful for our city. We also have a free therapist each week on site.
Okay, I want to thank you for coming in. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
No,
Do you
I
want the
don't.
floor?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Hello, Pastor Thompson. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Pastor Thompson, I think are you serving currently?
Yes, we're serving monthly, as I know right now. I don't know how that's going to, work out. In fact, none of the outreach ministry, we don't know what's going to happen at this time. But we did serve last week.
You did serve
Yes, ma'am,
last week?
we did.
So you don't know if you're going to serve, you don't know when you will serve the next time as far as?
Right now, we're going to do it. We used to do it every other week. We're just going to do it once a month right now until we figure out what we're going to be able to do due to the resources that we don't have right now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And did you say how many families you were serving weekly?
Well, it's about 600 to 800 families, and we have 3 different operations that happen at the same time. We have the walk-ups, the drive-through, and we also have the DoorDash program.
Oh, okay. So you take boxes of food to residents?
Absolutely, to the seniors,
to the seniors,
amputees, people who can't come out. That happens. It's a really good program.
Oh, great. Well, I will definitely support this resolution.
Thank you so much.
As long as we can feed residents on the north side, east side, wherever, I will support this resolution, as long as everyone is included.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I do want to say, as today, Governor Whitmer stated about Trump's big, beautiful bill could cost Michigan $900 million a year for food stamps, and that there will be hunger in our community, in our state. People who depend on things such as the SNAP program, and other programs that help to fill the gap for people who normally cannot afford certain foods. So I do want to say that. So your
Yes.
program will probably increase, because a truckload, half a truck is $600, a full truck is $1,000.
That's correct.
And you feed and do so much with a little amount of money to feed and keep this community going.
That's
And we
correct.
know those cuts can come in the middle of the night like they did for Job Corps.
Yes.
Really no notice. No notice at all. So I do want to state that. I also want to make sure that we're clear. I don't go to your church. I'm
Right.
just a friend and appreciate the good work you do.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
We
That's
appreciate it. Thank you so
As
much.
much as, and I appreciate Bethel, and I
Yes.
appreciate Asbury. I have
Mhm.
volunteered at Asbury before, because and when I look at these new bills or these new cuts, it's not a good thing. We used to look at the programs with the kids on TV late at night, the infomercials to donate with the World Hunger. And they'd have the large bellies that would, protrude because they were hungry. We have got the money here in ARPA. We should feed our community.
We appreciate it.
We should feed the community. And it's not just, this is actually 4. There's a total of 4 that we'll be able to fund with this. So I yield the floor, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion in the first round, or second round, excuse me?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So Kevin, did you apply for food funding?
Liddell, I didn't.
Okay.
St. Mark Community Outreach didn't also.
Pardon me?
St. Mark Community Outreach Center, they did not also.
Oh, okay, so got it. So have you received any grants last year?
We may have.
You may have? Okay, well, disclose though. What grants have you received last year to support your operations?
Well, I am the task force person, and so I don't work in that department as it relates to the outreach center.
You don't? Okay. No. Okay, great. Well, all right, got you. And what about, and so you don't know for this year either, since you don't know last year, right?
Excuse me?
So you're not aware of the grants that you received this year as well, since you didn't know last year, right?
Not all grants, but I can say that if you want that information, you can talk to the president about it. You can discuss.
Great. I will do that. I'll reserve my vote to then. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to send resolution I gotta go back to it. 25018.
Judy, he's still at the podium. Can you let him know?
Oh, yeah, you can sit down.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was looking at my computer.
Thank you.
250185 to council.
Dr. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machette's not in. Mr. Pfeiffer's not in. Mr. Jared?
Yes.
That's 4 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 1 no. That motion fails. And it looks like we are now losing quorum. So I am going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting at 11:07. I don't know if she realized that.
So churches can't get money to feed children?
Even Judy voted yes.
Because it was gonna help all the zones. It was gonna help all the wards,
That's
not
what I was gonna say, the doctors are the one that wants people.
Because it goes to my board too.
Give me a taco.
What's up, big man?
What just happened, man? What happened? Big moose just walked out right there.
Everybody voted yes for poor people to get food, except ugly ass Liddell. Even Judy voted yes.
Took that $1 million and they ain't getting